who engaged in this versus all the time that goes around this. The longer it goes on, the worse this is going to be. So that's where we stand right now with the federal.
Best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Democracy 2022.
In many ways, China has become a unifying political issue here in Ohio, with both parties in the closely watched Senate race fighting over who can sound tougher, trying to stay in the good graces of local business leaders, at least in part because of the fight against jobs moving to China. First Solar CEO Mark Wenmer tells us he's receiving much more widespread support for an expansion in renewable energy.
If you asked me 5-10 years ago, was there bipartisan support for that? I would argue no. I would say, though, that it's changed, even in the state of Ohio.
Now he and others are pushing candidates for policies they say would level the playing field with the Chinese. Things like a manufacturing tax credit. Same deal at the startup company American Nitrile, where the founder Jacob Block is getting in the business of making disposable latex-free gloves.
The U.S. is the largest consumer on this product. We consume between 25 and 40% in global production. Yet prior to the pandemic, less than 1 basis point was manufactured here. So we relied 100% on Asia.
Connell McShane, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Relief on Wall Street. Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Dow up 922 points at the closing bell after the Fed did something that was widely expected, the biggest interest rate hike in more than 20 years.
The central bank is ratcheting up its efforts to withdraw the stimulus it showered on the U.S. economy during the pandemic. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing.
Powell said that it's essential that the central bank tackles hot inflation to have a robust labor market. And as a result,
today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by a 0.5 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target rate for the federal funds rate will be appropriate.
The increase in the Fed's key rate raised it to a range of 0.75% to 1%. Its credit tightening will likely mean higher loan rates for many consumers and businesses over time.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. The White House just confirming that Secretary of State Antony Blinken has COVID, testing positive this afternoon. The statement says he has only mild symptoms and is fully vaccinated and boosted, also noting that Blinken hasn't seen President Biden in person for several days. A judge signs off on the plea deal for the former cop convicted of killing George Floyd. That was a state trial. These are federal charges.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin pled guilty in December to violating George Floyd's federal civil rights as part of a plea deal that would spare him any more jail time on top of his over 22-year sentence stemming from his state conviction. The judge in the federal case saying that he will accept Chauvin's agreement, the same judge that will later sentence 3 other convicted former officers for violating George Floyd's civil rights.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Those 3 officers still awaiting trial on state charges of aiding and abetting in Floyd's death. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with Daily Insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
A successful court fight leads to another challenging decision at Boston City Hall, where a group with a provocative name wants to fly its flag.
The Satanic Temple has requested its banner wave after the U.S. Supreme Court decided the city violated the rights of a conservative activist seeking to fly a flag at Christmas outside the city building. So far, Mayor Michelle Wu has not weighed in, but the city says it is examining its flag-raising program, which reserves the honor to mark an event or occasion and must be made a month in advance. The group hopes to fly the flag in honor of Satanic Appreciation Week, July 23rd through 29th. It's not known what the flag looks like.
Fox's Gernal Scott, the group's website says the Satanic Temple works to reject tyranny and oppose injustice. The small town of Mason, Tennessee, says it's reached a deal to stop the threat of a state takeover of its finances. Town officials had argued the state was treating Mason's majority black leaders differently than they have white administrators, who also had financial struggles. An anonymous buyer pays more than $9 million for a sports jersey.
At a Sotheby's auction in London, the jersey that late soccer great Diego Maradona wore when he scored 2 goals in the 1986 World Cup quarterfinal for Argentina sold for more money than any piece of sports memorabilia ever known. $9.28 million. The original hand-drawn Olympics manifesto brought in $8.8 million in 2019. A jersey worn by Babe Ruth from 1928 to 1930 was purchased for $5.64 million, $3.5 million less than somebody paid for the Maradona soccer jersey. That Sotheby's called arguably the most coveted football shirt to ever come to auction.
Fox's Jared Max recapping the big rally on Wall Street. The Dow up 932 points. The S&P also up nearly 3%. The NASDAQ up more than 3%. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam. Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. Well, international reports are coming out this morning that North Korea is at it again, reporting another ballistic missile launch into Japan's sea yesterday. Reuters reporting that the United States has condemned North Korea's ballistic missile launch on Wednesday and urged Pyongyang to refrain from further destabilizing actions. In a statement, the U.S. military said that the launch did not pose an immediate threat to the U.S. or any of its territories or any other countries in the area. They continue to monitor the situation. Space.com reports that this is the 14th missile launch this year. South Korea military intelligence saying that the launch happened near the North Korean capital of Pyongyang at about noon yesterday. The launch just days before the new president is to be inaugurated. President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol will be inaugurated on the 10th and is expected to take more of a hawkish stance on relations with the North. The New York Times reported that Yoon is also set to meet with the U.S. President Joe Biden in Seoul on May 21st to discuss how to cope with the growing military threat from the North. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff called the latest missile test by the North a grave threat and a violation of the UN Security Council's resolutions banning ballistic missile launches in that country. Most forms of abortion on Guam would be rendered illegal should the U.S. Supreme Court choose to overturn a landmark court case that established abortion as a constitutional right. That's because Guam already has a law on the books banning abortions, according to Assistant Attorney General James Canto yesterday during a public hearing on the Heartbeat Act. An unconfirmed draft opinion was leaked this week suggesting that 5 of the 9 Supreme Court justices were in favor of overruling the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision that guaranteed the right to an abortion in the U.S., according to the Associated Press. An opinion is expected by June or July. That would leave the power to decide in the hands of the states or territories, legislatures, that is, and Guam already has a law on the books banning the procedure. According to the PDN this morning, Public Law 2134, authored by the late Senator Elizabeth Areola and unanimously passed by members of the 20th Guam legislature, states that the abortion on Guam is criminalized in all cases except when a life of a mother is endangered. The law was ultimately struck down by the District Court of Guam and as unconstitutional and was further upheld by the Ninth Circuit. But the measure was never repealed on Guam's books and remains in the code. And if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, it could automatically criminalize abortions here, according to Canto in his testimony. The governor in the Post says that overturning the long-standing case would be a big event that would negatively affect women's lives on Guam and reproductive choices. She fears it'll bring us back to the dark ages. Now, the hearing on Bill 291, which is the heartbeat bill, continued into the evening and will continue tomorrow at 1 p.m. and at 6 p.m. at the legislature. Those who want to testify are urged to register with the Speaker's office, or you can submit your written testimony to the Speaker's office as well. Well, more news right after this.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
From the Guam Daily Post, a Superior Court judge has dismissed a class action lawsuit demanding double pay for government of Guam employees who were working during the public health emergency. Judge Elise Iriarte issued her decision on May 2nd, agreeing with the government of Guam's request to dismiss the case. More than 500 employees are being denied their due pay, the lawsuit stated. GovGuam had argued that it has sovereign immunity and cannot be sued on this matter. The government also said that the plaintiffs didn't pursue action under the Government Claims Act. The court did leave a window open for the plaintiffs to amend the lawsuit on the narrow basis of including any necessary jurisdictional allegations. Well, homeowners experiencing pandemic-caused financial hardship have one more day to apply for Guam Homeowner Assistance, that program, which is funded by the federal government and run by the Department of Administration. The pre-application period closes tomorrow, which is May 6th. The program provides up to $15,000 in financial aid per qualified homeowner. You can visit the Department of Administration's website, or you could go to their office at the ITC building to get a copy of that application. And the wing's been falling apart for over a decade, and finally the demolition will begin at GMH in the Z-Wing. Contract awarded. It'll cost about $236,000. It's expected to be completed by July. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with the weather.
Yeah, 6:11 in the morning. Didn't that used to be the where we had daycare once upon a time?
I don't remember.
The old Oka? Yeah. Where the nuns raised us.
No, that's across the street.
It's across the street from there.
Yeah.
Okay, because they moved?
The nuns raised you?
Yes, I was raised by nuns.
Well, you're talking about
nuns.
There you
Mercy
go.
Heights?
Mercy Heights.
It's
the old. When I was
wow.
you won't remember because you were just a little kid then.
Hut.
No, it wasn't a Quonset hut.
I don't remember.
It was just a flat piece of concrete. That's what that was. We wished for a Quonset nuts. We wanted Quonset nuts. We were thinking how great it would be. Then we'd have someplace to go, and it was too sunny or raining or something like that. We had just a flat piece of
I
old
remember
World
Mercy
War II
Heights.
concrete.
I don't remember where it was at.
I don't know, because some of that is when it became the Marianas, when it became the Mercy Nun Hospital, MCM. Klitsky will know the answer to this one. Some of that property was like a convent.
Okay.
At the time, and they did, as they do now, daycare. And so that's where that area in Tamuning is where I remember Shelley and I going when we were little kids. You know who knows? Frank Bloss Jr. We were classmates.
He knows.
He would know. Tina Rose Munya Barnes, Donna. We were all classmates there. Ron Sablon, but he lives in the States, so don't try to call him. Okay. But maybe Frank. But so they call it the Z Wing, and I was asked by administrators of the hospital once upon a time to not refer to it as the Zombie Wing. But
well, it is.
It's in my head now. What can I say?
Well, there was a time I remember covering this story when people were still working, and there was administrative offices, and the ceiling was literally falling on them while they were doing their work.
Crumbling.
And they still work there.
We don't
they just kind of wear helmets and
just
carry on.
Go about your day. Don't sit over there. Don't stand under that. All right, welcome to the thing. Here's the weather thing. Mostly sunny today. That means hot. Highs near 87 degrees. Winds out of the east, 11 to 16 miles an hour. Expect some isolated showers this evening. Partly cloudy skies. Overnight lows about 78 degrees. What have I got here? 20% chance of rain. Heat index today, 92 degrees. Tomorrow is Friday, and the forecast for Friday calls for mostly sunny skies, partly cloudy skies in the evening. The outlook for Saturday also calls for mostly sunny skies. So guess who's going to be coming to work with a deep, dark tan on Monday morning? It's going to be me. It's your boy. 6:14 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. News and weather together being brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 years.
This Mother's Day, spoil your mom by giving her what she really wants. Come into GTA today and get mom a new smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month. That's not only a savings of $360 a year, it's also unlimited talk, text, data, and in case that's not enough, while supplies last, get a free $200 Visa gift card with your purchase. If she didn't have a favorite before, she will now. Terms and conditions apply. See store for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with mom.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Happy Mother's Day coming up. Get mom something cool to remind her about how special she is. Treat your mom on Mother's Day to the Strawberry Passion Cake at Cold Stone. Layers of moist red velvet cake, strawberry ice cream. There's graham cracker pie crust, all wrapped in a fluffy strawberry frosting. Call in, visit, or order online at coldstonecreamery.com. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence and a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Cinco de Mayo. Are you sure we're not in retrograde? Are you positive?
No, not yet.
The crazy continued yesterday, 6:16 in the morning. Welcome to the program for Excuse the Mess. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you. Even more thrilled that we've got some kind of video outlet that is working this morning. For those of you that are fumbling around going, I hear them on the radio, okay, that's working. I can't find them on Facebook, is on YouTube and ThePOINT.you. We are not on YouTube this morning, and Facebook. I don't know why. Real Joe's got some ideas. He's got
We
some.
are transitioning, though, into retrograde because it's supposed to be on May 10th.
May 10th?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And so all of my problems yesterday just, it compounded, right? So I spilled my coffee. I dropped the thing of Diet Coke. I come into the radio station, and we've got one phone line working all day. Thanks very much, though, Sean and the team over at Docomo.
Yeah,
They leapt into action to get us back to where we are supposed to be with that technology. Most of the other stuff that was going on, I was able to sort out. And I don't know what happened. Is late yesterday in I guess Bob Klitsky's program, the feed went away, and then the page. I cannot access the page. Not really sure what's going on. I mean, some of this might be inside baseball, but here's what I think has happened. There is something with the security of the feed, so Facebook will shut it down, and in order to maintain that level of security, they'll chop off access to the Facebook page in question, which is what I think has happened there. Why it's happened, I don't know. Maybe the Democratic Central Executive Committee was all ticked off about the excessive use of synonyms. This is neither a retreat or a surrender.
It's a dark forces.
It's a butt wiping is what it's called here. We have been pillaged by the Republicans there, and it is possible that one of them, dropped a dime on me. But I haven't received anything from the guys over at Facebook that would indicate that there's a problem. So more important than ever today. That you, number one, like and share whatever it is that we're doing on the YouTube side. Share that immediately with your family and friends, and let them know, especially the Point family. Let them know we're here. I already told Carl, sent a note to a couple other guys so that they know where to find us.
Down the wire, yeah. I sent it out too, man.
We're always on. We're always able to go to YouTube. We're always able to go thepoint.gu. I mean, that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of whether we're live or not. So you will always be able to find us. So the chat room this morning is going to be on the YouTube site. And if you don't have a link to that, if you didn't get the link from Facebook, do me a favor, just go to YouTube and search for The Ray Gibson Show. That's The Ray Gibson, not The Ray Gibson. I'm more special than that. It's The. Aren't you The Ray Gibson? Yeah. I am The Ray Gibson. So look for The Ray Gibson Show on YouTube and join in. James Howard is the moderator, so is Lupang Guam, and they'll keep the place all wired up here. 6:19 in the morning. So let me take care of this. Let me introduce my gangs here. Real Joe Cruz gets the phone when you call at, what is the number? 888-8255, right?
For life, Holmes.
That's it. That's it. We're all gonna talk like that guy in Stand and Deliver.
Yes.
We're all gonna talk like the guy in Stand and Deliver because it's Cinco de Mayo. How about that?
Ramirez.
I see my cut has improved your voice. Who else is that? Monica Silva Towering going to take care of big news and headlines. So she had a question. So if you could, you just say words in Spanish, and
it becomes it's Cinco de Mayo. So today I'm having huevos con arroz.
Huevos. Wait, huevos. What is that? Huevos and what?
And rice.
Oh, I see. I got it.
Eggs and rice.
There you go. So it's a happy Cinco de Mayo.
You took Spanish, man. Come on.
Where we happen to be. A note here: the guys over at Chili's have invented a new drink. It's the Pica Mango margarita, and I think they're using Sousa in order to make that. They're really good. They know what they're doing over there. So if you're looking for someplace to Cinco de Mayo, that might be a good alternative. I just start there.
That's the one.
What time?
That's the one, Ray.
Marcus, what time is Chili's open today? What time can we literally start drinking in the middle of the week? Inquiring minds want to know. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, so we generally start the program by a recitation of the top 5, and so let me scooch up here on the YouTube thing, and we'll get started with this first.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
We're all here, gangs. For the most part, the Point Familia has found us here this morning. Looking at let me see, GIWU 2009. Sorry, sometimes this kind of thing happens where you've got no choice. I'm sorry, I can't give you my real name, but I can give you my Gmail handle.
Who's your daddy?
Who's your daddy? Lena McDaniel online here saying good morning. That's nice. Rico Blancaflor, good morning. Ray, Moderate, Real Joe, Jerry Guam, and the Point YouTube gang. Howard Experience is online. Let me see. By the way, GIWU 2009. By the way, this is Sarah. Patrick Bumba online. I see you there. Henry Manglotnia has found us. So has Ismail Velez. To be or not to be? That is the question. VFW 1509 Canteen looks like Facebook is down. The thing is up, but I don't know. I just we're trying to sort things out with Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg is fallen.
Hasn't returned my call. If you're wondering why my name is in blue, it's because I have power, says James Howard. Who's your Big Daddy 06 online? Nice to see you there. Ross 671 Honey is online. That's Dennis Larson.
It's got to be.
Dennis Larson, and Dennis Larson is actually in Facebook jail, so he's very comfortable here. He's like, I've been here all week. Where you all been? Huh? Look at this. Who else is playing around? Ismail thought your name was in blue with a wrench because you identify as a boy for now. While you're under maintenance to change your gender. Dale Audette, Colin Clark is there. Steve Klein is saying, no, what's up? Jose Guamiz is online. Donna Mila into Tight to Know checking in this morning. It's good to see you there. Jose T. Guamiz, Dr. Berdalio's testimony was putting me to sleep. She should be a full-time whiner. Oh, or are we? Have we started that, or are we? I didn't catch any of that. Explain. Do I need to? No, I just, blissfully ignorant. I'm waiting for the big, I think yesterday was just the preliminaries, right? And they're going to bring in the big guns on Friday when they do that. When they do the next of the public hearings on that bill. Dirtbag Forever is online saying first, no, unfortunately, you're not first here today. Murdoch Voitlin checking in from the free zone. Do we get a gift for being on this platform? Was Tall Tales too truthful yesterday? What were we not allowed to comment, or we exiled to YouTube? I got Sandra Seau on this platform now. Jose Martinez wondering, is this the Marrakesh Express? Ismail, dang it. Where's Dennis Rodman when we need him? Kim needs some worm. Ooh, that's interesting. Looking for a couple of new names. John St. Nicholas has found us. So has, I got Sarita Garin. It's not the other name. She got the right handle on. Tipsy Thursday, Cinco de Mayo with the Rebels. April and Goko Flowers, Shelton saying good morning to everybody. Yeah, well, I'm glad you found us. Who else is there? Looking for a couple of new names that I haven't already said. Francis Ishmael, Jerome McDonald found us. It's Cerveza time and Cinco de Mayo, Guam. Good morning, 93.3. Good to have you online here this morning. 671 Hadza is saying buenos Zen Hafaday. Jay Rojas has made it.
Happy birthday!
Mahalo. I was worried about guys like you and Jerome and all the off-island guys being able to find us. Lou Mendiola is online. So is, let me see, Jay Rojas. Com1 Diver TC saying good morning all. This is kind of interesting. You get used to seeing everybody's real life handles, and then all of a sudden we just got the Gmail chat names, and I'm wondering how many of you, and I met one last night, are living a double life in social media. I can't tell you who it was. Guy comes up to me over at Carabao. He says, and he leans in and shakes my hand and says, "Hey, it's me." I said, "Yeah, I know." He says, "But it's not me on the Facebook Live." It's a total made up name, and I'm like, okay, your secrets are safe with me. But it is cool to see everybody here with these.
Still don't know who he is.
Other interesting names. Lou Mendiola's online. Mamma Mia saying happy birthday to Jay Rojas. Tommy Tadella is there. Just Joanne, and they got Kichicho in Japan. Isla Tecla Bonita is online. Dale Audette, like I said. Juan Carlos Benitez says, found you.
Orale, yes. Juan Carlos.
Juan, you can call in this morning. It's been
Happy
open.
Cinco de Mayo.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Say gasolina. In Puerto Rico? Can we get something like that? Where's Charlie Hermoso? We'll get Hermoso on the line. And
Frank Campillo.
And Frank Campillo, even though he's a Colombian. He's not Mexican, he's a Colombian guy. But anybody with an accent can chime in this morning. Happy 5 de Mayo, says Juan Carlos Benitez. But you can call in. Like I said, it's open season on the Democrats. They got a thing over at the Democratic Party where it's got a big sign in the front. It's been 2 days since we've done something dumb. Do they have that kind of sign?
And the number can change.
And the number, yes, the number can. But it's never seen the second digit. It's never rolled over to anything past 9. 627 888 TALK is the telephone number around these parts. Lots and lots to talk about here. And my observation number one: did anybody go to Agana last night? No, let me. I'll back up. I'll flip it and reverse it. Who was not in Agana last night? Agana was on fire. I mean, I don't know what it is. Lifting of the mandates. You got crazy politics going on, and then chicken wings. It was Wing Night, Wing Wednesday over at Carabao. So the area around there, Hernan Cortez, that was busy. Plus, we had the big evening public hearing on Bill 291 over at the legislature. That road over by the post office, absolutely jam packed. And then the return of Wednesday night market. And I've got to tell you, because I got stuck in that traffic. Yes.
Yeah.
It looked just like Wednesday night markets did before COVID-19. They had a couple of guys, I'm assuming from the mayor's office, that were directing traffic and stopping people for the pedestrians back and forth. That was cool, for the safety of everybody. All kinds of people walking up and down the sides, and it looked like I said, it looked like 2019. It was like COVID never happened. Like COVID-19, the lockdowns never happened. Your kids can't buy Zoris at Kmart. That never happened. The checkpoints on the road. Did I already say checkpoints? I didn't say checkpoints. No, I didn't say checkpoints. It's stupid math. It's like it never happened. All of a sudden, we're just kind of.
It was live.
Oh, it was normalcy in the downtown Agana area last night, and I gotta remark about that because it was a beautiful thing. Even getting stuck in traffic, it was a beautiful thing to just be able to watch all these families walk up and down the road, either side, get to, tonight might be just as crazy in the downtown Agana area. Cinco de Mayo.
Thursday night. It's going to be
Thursday
popping.
night over at Skinner Plaza. We'll see what else is going to be happening. If you got something happening, by all means, call it in. The Meme Machine is online, 797-8255. 797-8255 is, that's the thing for the Meme Machine. Online right now. First picture I got is a sunrise off the Philippine Sea. That's from Carl.
The Heridote?
The Heridote, yeah. Did not say what they're having for breakfast just yet. He's clearly a Filipino cook.
Nice.
But maybe something, because Cinco de Mayo, maybe where he is as well. So he can get it started on the roadway. 6:29 in the morning. And one other announcement I'd like to make, I'd like to say congratulations to the Father Duenas Memorial Class of 2022.
Oh, wow, no way.
Yeah, they apparently graduated last night.
They had a school year.
They had a school year, and everybody got together, and there's a picture of FD graduates the Father Duenas Class of 2022, who graduated Wednesdays at the Phoenix Center in Manila before a crowd of friends and family members who were able to celebrate without social distancing limits. It is the first major Guam school to hold its graduation since the mask mandate was lifted, according to Dave Castro and the guys over at the Guam Daily Post. So I offer them congratulations and a reminder that this is the way it works with Father Duenas graduates. Senior privilege never ends. I'll say it again, senior privilege never ends. If you and I, young men, the class of 2022, if you and I are somewhere and you note that my can of beer is beginning to run dry, you're obligated under the rules of Father Duenas and the big mafia, you are obligated to go and bring the cooler to me and not just go fetch me another beer. You are obligated to say, Mr. Gibson, class of 80, would you like me to bring the cooler here?
Yes.
And it works the same way for guys like, Simon Sanchez, class of whatever at Father Duenas Memorial. And, there are times when we're together and, I have an obligation to kiss his ass because he's an upperclassman. The upperclassman senior privilege never ends. And you were just the most recent in a long line of Father Duenas slaves. Learn to enjoy it. 6:31 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Is it about time for our first big look at news and headlines? You want to get into
into something like that?
Well, Trina couldn't find us,
Aw.
so I had to send her the link. So,
Aw.
yeah, she was about to stay home and call it quits for the day because she couldn't start her day the right way.
Said, stay in bed. She's going to pull the pillows, blanket up around my head. I don't want to leave. I can't get the Point Familia fix today. Well, I'm glad you'll find us. So, share. Like I said, there's a share button somewhere on the YouTube thing, and you can share it virtually everywhere. Copy the links and paste it someplace. Copy the links and send it to your friends on Facebook, Twitter, Tinder, whatever. And
Spread the show.
Spread the show.
Spread it.
It's 6:32 and time for our first big look at news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron. How about Mana? What happened?
Well, it wasn't any threat to Guam or anywhere else in the region, but North Korea added again with another ballistic missile launch that happened yesterday at noon. It happened near Pyongyang. In a statement, the U.S. military said that it didn't pose any immediate threat. It is the 14th missile launch this year. Meanwhile, the most forms of abortion on Guam would be rendered illegal should the U.S. Supreme Court choose to overturn a landmark court case that established abortion as a constitutional right. That's because Guam already has a law in the books, according to Attorney General James Canto, who was testifying yesterday at a hearing on Bill 291, the Heartbeat Act. That hearing will continue tomorrow with a couple of hearings set aside for that day. It'll be at 1 o'clock and then at 6 o'clock for testimony to be delivered on that measure. Meanwhile, from the Guam Daily Post, a Superior Court judges dismissed a class action lawsuit demanding double pay for GovGuam employees who were working during the public health emergency. Judge Elisa Iriarte issued her decision earlier this week, agreeing with the government of Guam's request to dismiss that case. More than 500 employees were denied their due pay, according to that lawsuit. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Sorry, 6:33 in the morning. I'm reading a story. This is it. I don't know what's more interesting some days, the great magistrate reports that we've got here, or the stories that come out of the Philippines. I've got to. So I'm at odds with myself. Do I want to do the local magistrate involving a girl named D''Lores? Dolores Mayart Wethington, I think Washington, maybe Martinez. Any woman with an apostrophe in her name, she's got a knife, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just FYI, it's a trigger thing. Priscilla Fernandez reported that her son Chaz was stabbed by his girlfriend Dolores something Martinez. Earlier that morning, the victim and defendant had an argument. During that argument, the defendant became angered and took out a pocket knife from her purse and started swinging the knife at him. The victim ran away from the defendant, but the defendant caught up to the victim. I saw the picture of her. She looks like, she looks pretty like 5K ready. Just saying. The victim ran away. The defendant caught up with him, struck him in the shoulder. The victim left the residence and returned 5 minutes later. During that, why did you come back? The woman, your chick's got a knife and she's ticked off. She's already hit you once.
Don't you know anything about love?
Hey, babes, can you take me back? During that time, the defendant tried to stab him, but the victim was able to subdue her. When the defendant calmed down, the victim said, okay, that's enough. He then let go of the defendant, who turned around and stabbed him in the knee. Again. Why? What?
Why are you laughing?
This is a funny story. Priscilla told officers that earlier that morning, the victim observed a cut on her son's body. When she asked the victim what happened, the victim said D did it, D referring to the defendant. Officers observed the following injuries: a 4-inch laceration, upper right shoulder area, and a 4-inch puncture wound to the left knee area. All right, well, let me get
Told
serious.
his mom, Ray.
He told his mom.
I'm going to tell my mom.
Mom, break up with Dolores for me. Because I don't want to get stabbed again. 6:35 in the morning.
Finding your girlfriend?
Well, did I already say where this was from? Did I say what village this was?
No. You said D, so she's probably from Saipan.
Let's play the game. What village? What village is D''Lores from? What village do we get stabby chicks in? Come on.
Malolo. She's from Malolo.
Close.
A little further south, right? Or no, up a little bit north.
I'll tell you guys later. 6:36 in the morning. Quick break. We'll find out what's happening in weather. Let me put this beautiful picture up on the screen. There is sunrise over the Bee-Man's house. Thanks very much for the picture, Dennis. We'll be right. Put pictures of the roadways up on the screen next.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park. I'm sorry, I gotta laugh because it's things are funny to me. I was just reading up on some of the comments on YouTube side, and Nate Horn says, I'm a Facebook user, but today I identify as a YouTube user. You know, aren't these transactional times in our lives? Aren't they just so darned interesting? What have I got here on the thing, the gizmo here, that I can see what traffic looks like? There's not a whole lot of traffic happening right now because people are still burning off the geek May the 4th be with you parties last night. It does sound spitty when I say that. But tonight it's going to be the Cinco de Mayo party. So those of you that didn't get enough last night, you get another opportunity to do it again. Don't see much happening southbound Marine Corps Drive into the Dededo area. A little bit of intersection traffic at 1 and 3. Otherwise, it's fairly light. Generally everywhere I'm looking at the screen right now. Not a whole lot happening in the central part of the island. Then down south. Ooh, look at Big Navy and Sumai. Virtually nothing. It's just like a little tiny trickle of traffic trying to get out of the base now. 6:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts, now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Aganya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way. 20 minutes away from 7 o'clock in the morning. Mother's Day this weekend. And you know what mom wants? A new vacuum cleaner. Yeah. Mom wants, she said, I need a new vacuum cleaner. I need a new washing machine, an iron. That's trouble here. That's the sound of an iron being thrown at my head right now. No, Mom wants a new car. Swing by NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. More smiles per gallon with the 30-plus MPG Club. The Sentra, the Kicks get 33 miles to the gallon. The Versa, 35 miles to the gallon. Even the Alpha and Rogue are over 30 miles to the gallon. 32 to be exact. But if you really want to swing for the bleachers, try out the Nissan Leaf, all new in 2022, 111 miles to gallon, or whatever the electric equivalent is. Like I said, for details and science and more, NissanGuam.com.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Well, I must say that as a proof of concept, this YouTube thing is a viable alternative to Facebook. It's always nice to be, any speaker, anytime, any screen, anytime. But nice to know that if we ever need a bug out location, if we ever need an ark, like Noah. This is the arc. It's good to have everybody online. I know that what's his name, James Howard, is losing his mind watching the count go up, going because this is like his thing. This is like his thing. Get the YouTube thing going. Enable the comments, and make me the king of the YouTube site.
Hold the line.
So I did. I did.
Impressive.
And, I'm sure he's just thrilled about all this. Jerry Uriarte is there. A dirt bag forever.
Oh, I love that.
Who do you think that is? Who do you think dirt bag forever is? Anybody? Don't say Pam.
No.
Don't. It's having too much fun. Mike Dolash is online hanging out with us over here. So is Matt Galendez has found us. Nate Horn, Donamila, like I said. Peter Tureen. Hey, Peter, good to see you there. Sandra Seau, Juan Carlos Benitez, Murdoch, Voigtland. You got, what's that calling? Donde es la fiesta esta noche? You want to take a stab at the English translation of that?
Come to my house, Ray.
Come eat the pig. Isla Tecla Bonita is online. It's Tessa Marie Nuke. That is Isla Tecla Bonita. Okay, I got that. Jerome McDonald, GIAWU 2009. Jose Martinez. Ken Leon Guerrero says, I don't think they've gone 2 days without pulling the Polish target pistol trigger. That was a reference that he made on the program yesterday. Just nod your head and laugh. MC is hanging out with us. Let me see. Vince Mesa / Boogie. Biba. My name is Vince Howard. He says, Harvey Egna. We got another one of the Bibas that we got to toss in there.
Harvey.
Who's the? Sorry, I keep making that noise. I'm trying to kill some time as I look for some new names that I haven't read yet. Lonnie Solis is there. Colin Clark, Matt Galendez, Gemma Bustamante. Okay, I see it. I think everybody's here. I really wanted to attend a Democratic function last night, but had my own Republican bash. That is only I came. Yep. Well, that's the thing here. I think I was invited to the same party, and I just thought, all things notwithstanding, I think maybe in the heat of the pitched battles of the election of 2022, maybe I'll just kind of stay on my own side for a little while, or at least we'll just a little less on the politics, a little bit more on the food and the drinking around. All right. So last, by the way, if you're curious, Telefofo, the story with the lover with the knife. Yeah,
God's chosen people.
That's it. Beavis and Miguel. Always got to be strapped, bro. Always got to be carrying some kind of protection when you're in DeVille. 644. Now there's another story. It's not a magistrate report, sort of. It showed up on my Guam alerts, and it's a story about neighbors having a hard time with each other, but they're not on Guam. That's the thing. I'll back up and say the reason why I get this is there is a guy that writes for the Cebu Sun-Star, and his name is Guam.
No.
The guy's name is Guam Logrono.
Whose son is that?
I don't know his boy. I don't know
Marites?
his boy. It's Marites.
Marites.
A 31-year-old man from Barangay Tuyan, city of Naga in southern Cebu, is in critical condition after one of his neighbors shot him for refusing to turn down the volume while he was singing videoke at his house Tuesday night. Videoke, baby.
I love it.
Police identified the victim as Jerome Amit Padillo, a resident of Purok, Kamungay in Barangay Tuyan. His neighbor, Jeffrey Saladaga, 26, works as a telecom firm technician, was identified as the subject, as the suspect. Senior Master Sergeant Jake Katani, an investigator of the City of Naga Police Station, told Sunstar Cebu that Padillo was drinking and singing with his younger brother and two cousins inside their home just hours before the incident. About 10:20 that night, Padillo, his brother, and cousins had stopped drinking and singing when Saladaga suddenly came inside their home and shot the victim several times before fleeing. Katani said Padillo was brought to a nearby hospital. He's currently recuperating. And Saladaga turned himself into the police. Katani said that based on their investigation, they found that Padillo and Saladaga had been at odds with one another over a land dispute between their two families. And apparently it came to loggerheads because one guy wouldn't stop singing as loudly as he did.
That's standard ground.
If me anybody has anybody been by
Let's stand your ground,
the
Ray.
Santa Fe, the Santa Fe Hotel down in Dunca's area, right?
Yes, it's different, Ray.
You've driven. It's totally different. Now. It's totally. It's like a barracks.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
all the
barracks.
laundry's hanging out the
Oh, they've got
balcony.
laundry hanging out the side. I went there because I was looking for someplace different to have some sunset drinks, and so I thought, I always like Santa Fe, and you got Don't Blame It on the Cha-Cha-Cha on the dock there playing, and so I thought maybe I'd just go hang out at the jet ski place, and just remember how great it was before COVID-19
nice little nook there.
basically shut that place down, and so I get down there, I got my little cooler, and all of a sudden here comes there's every single Filipino love song on their videoke system. And I gotta say, some of these contractor boys,
Missing home.
some of these guys are really, really good. But in contrast, some of them are really, really bad. Even the homeless people that live under the trees at the edge of Duncas, even they were starting to think, hey, God, we got to get out of here. We got to go find someplace else where we're not in such close proximity to the happy hour karaoke parties that they've got there. 647-888-8255-888-TALK is my telephone number. Do I have his honor back on the line?
Our honor, your honor, everyone's honor.
Love going back and forth with his honor. Lots of stuff here that we were talking about. Now, yesterday, you might recall that there was a story about that Bob and I were talking about the fact that there is existing statute and actually went through the legislature and signed into law, I believe, by Joe Ada once upon a time. And then Judge Klitsky sent me the current language that is actually on the Guam Code annotated, and I said, well, that looks like it allows for abortion. Where's the part where it says that abortion is illegal on Guam? And you kind of have to go through the story a little bit. And Bob told a little bit of it yesterday, but I was left wanting from that story because you used the word perfunctory, and I just wanted to know how perfunctory it was going to be. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ray.
So as you pointed out yesterday, and as I read in the section of the Guam Code annotated that you sent to me, it looked like, okay, this is the existing law or the law that was in place before the courts ruled that the new law, Bel Areola's law, was unconstitutional, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then the clerk, I forget what the name of the position is, it says, but here is the language that was found to be unconstitutional. That's still, the compiler still has that in the Guam Code annotated. So as we spoke yesterday, and as you mentioned yesterday afternoon, if this leaked draft is for real and the Roe v. Wade is overturned, you said on the radio it would be just almost ministerial. Somebody go and file a couple of papers over at the court, a perfunctory gesture, and then the Bell's law would then become the law of the land here.
Well, if the Alito's decision stuck, then Bell's law is the law of the land. The only clinker in the process is that there's an injunction from the district court to the governor and others prohibiting the enforcement of Bell's law. And that district court decision was affirmed by the Ninth Circuit.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Alito decision holds, then more than likely someone would have to make a motion, have to file papers in the district court to cancel the injunction running against the governor so that the statute could be enforced.
Okay. Now, they said it was null and void, but the law was never repealed.
Yeah, I don't think you could say that the law was null and void.
Well, that's the language that was in the statement by the compiler of laws.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think that might be just go a little bit farther than necessary. It's inoperative. I'd go that far.
Okay, because that was the thing that I was looking at, and it occurs to me that other people that might have been reading the same section of the Guam Code were coming up with the same thing. This is null and void. So how do what step do we take to go from the land of null and void to the land of, okay, this is the law as passed by the legislature and signed into law by, as you said, Governor Ada, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So just a little bit of paperwork, injunction?
Because there's an injunction on the books right now enjoining the governor from enforcing the Bell Areola law. So, in order to cancel the injunction, someone, the governor, would file papers with the district court asking that the injunction be canceled because of the new Supreme Court ruling overruling Roe versus Wade, which was the basis for the unconstitutionality of the Bell Areola law.
Now, I don't see this governor doing something like that. Is there anybody else that could do it? Could Bob Klitsky do it?
Well, if the Attorney General could do it, I suspect, because under our current setup, it would be the Attorney General who would be enforcing the law. The Attorney General, of course, in 1990 was Elizabeth Areola, who had the ability to enforce the law until the injunction issued.
No, it wasn't Elizabeth Areola. It was Elizabeth.
I'm not Elizabeth. I'm sorry, Elizabeth Barrett Anderson.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. I see what you're saying here. If they don't want to, I guess is the next step of it. I mean, it's not 1990 anymore, and frankly, there's actually militant people that are roaming around here these days. Is it possible that it would take us a while to find somebody that would take up that obligation?
Well, whenever you're dealing with any court, there's always an element of crapshoot involved. You can predict, but as Yogi Berra said, predicting is always really hard, especially when it's about the future.
All right, so it is not automatic, not terribly difficult to accomplish, but it is not automatic. So I'll keep that in my head here. While I got you on the line, a little bit more of the legal notebook here. I was reading up on a story on page 2 of today's Guam Daily Post. The judge, Elise McDonald Iriarte, has dismissed the double pay lawsuit here, and it says the reason why is they did not pursue the claim under the Government Claims Act, and that Guam, the government of Guam, has sovereign immunity. And so I wanted to get a little bit of a notebook definition of what that sovereign immunity is, and at which point can I sue the government of Guam?
Sovereign immunity means, in simple terms, you can't sue the government. But the next line says, unless the government gives you permission. The Organic Act says that the government of Guam can allow suits against it, can waive its sovereign immunity, given if it expressly waives sovereign immunity. It can't be by implication. So the way we've done it here is there's a statute that said if you want to sue the government or any of its sort of autonomous agencies, you must file a government claim with the Attorney General and serve it on the agency also. The Attorney General has 6 months to investigate the claim. The Attorney General can grant the claim, or the Attorney General can deny the claim. If the Attorney General does nothing at the end of 6 months, then the plaintiff can file suit in court. And one little wrinkle there is that if the plaintiff prevails, he may be able to get attorney's fees from the Attorney General because the Attorney General failed to properly investigate the claim.
That is an interesting wrinkle on that. All right. So in this case, these guys weren't working fast enough and weren't able to substantiate a proper claim against the government of Guam for this double pay.
They just didn't file their government claim.
Well, we darned. All right. Well, was there anything to that anyway, do you think?
Well, when it came up on the show, we're talking about an executive order. I'm sorry, a personnel rule.
Yeah.
And my analysis of the personnel rule was that it was governed by a sense of barnyard equity. Because it said that when there's an emergency, and of course this thing was designed for typhoons. So let's say there's a typhoon and everybody gets to go home, stay home, and get paid for staying home. But there are some people who will still have to go to work on the job, and those people, it's only fair to pay them double.
Only fair.
Stay-at-home pay, and then they had to work too, so they get paid for that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the rule said. So after we theoretically closed some of the government agencies, I started talking about it on Tall Tales because I suspected that many of the government employees had already spent the money that they figured they were going to get, right? But nothing happened, and then dragged on and dragged on. I did some FOIAs after the governor came up with her 10, 15, and 25% hazard pay.
Yeah.
And my FOIA said, send me the public records that show how you're going to reconcile that with the personnel rules double pay. And the answer back was there are no such public records.
Mm-hmm.
Not long after that, the director of administration came out and said there is no double pay because in order to have double pay, the agencies have to be shut down. And the agencies
were not
shut down. And it's kind of a catch-22. If people are working, obviously the agency isn't shut down. So my step back and take a look at it analysis was that it was a poorly written rule based on a really silly premise, the barnyard equity premise, and that the governor had very early on figured that it would be extremely expensive to pay all of those people to stay home and do nothing, and probably set her legal beagles to work trying to figure out some way around it, and she did. And that was what was announced by the director of administration. But the governor kept it on the down low. She never announced that it was finally discovered. And then you'll remember there was a race to the legislature where senators were tripping over each other to pay that double pay. Tina Rose Munya Barnes, who was the speaker at the time, introduced her own bill. But because it was so important, she wanted to put the bill on the session agenda the following Monday. She introduced it on a Friday, wants to put it on the agenda on Monday. So she waives the public hearing requirement because there's an emergency affecting the health and well-being of the people.
Yeah.
Joe San Augustine, not long after that, in the session, said something along the line of, Madam Speaker, we can't address this now. You got to postpone this session for a week so I can have a public hearing on these three bills. And once that happened, cooler heads prevailed, and none of those bills went anywhere. But I suspect that the senators that introduced the bills will still have bragging rights when it comes to election time.
Well, we'll see. Some of that they might just want to forget. 6:59 and change. Your Honor, I got to let you run. I'll talk to you soon. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Lou. I appreciate the education you've given me today.
Okay, Ray.
All right, bud. 888-825-5888-TALK. Just enough time to bring in Juan Carlos Benitez. Happy Cinco de Mayo to you, my friend.
Feliz Cinco de Mayo, my friend. It's let's celebrate our Mexican friends are toasting getting rid of the French.
I love those definitions and that education on Cinco de Mayo, but I don't care. It's an opportunity for day drinking. So I think there's a lot of people that are going to be taking advantage of it. You're getting on an airplane in seconds, aren't you?
Yes, I'm here with the executive director and president of the Puerto Rico Historic and Environmental Preservation Trust, and we're on our way to Tinian to see Saga's house.
Oh, cool. Now, are you going to bring him back to visit with me when you guys return?
That's to my hope.
Okay.
We're going to have some time to meet each other.
All right. Well, now, just real quick, your thoughts on the retreat. I'm sorry, it wasn't a retreat. The surrender of the Democrat Executive Committee deciding that we're going to have an open primary for the Democrat Party of Guam.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. I think the people of Guam should be able to participate on both primaries and opening, pick their own decisions. You know, but Chamorros are very private people in certain areas, and their choice and the decision of what party they're affiliated with is very interesting. It's something that they hold very close to their best, and they make up their mind based on different elections. So,
and it might even be the emotion of the moment as they're walking into the polling places. A minute after 7 o'clock in the morning. Safe trip up to Tinian. We'll talk when you get back.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay, my friend. Stand by now. Fox News Live in progress.
Secretary, I'm responsible for the decisions of the Department of Homeland Security.
Mayorkas said they did not roll out the announcement of this board effectively, but insisted that the board would operate under guardrails meant to protect civil liberties and free speech.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Mayorkas also again defending the administration's handling of the southern border. America is listening to Fox News.
Hafa. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVA federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many jobs. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
A Georgia man is charged with murder in the death of his baby girl after leaving her in a hot car.
Authorities say David Japes McCrory Watley left his 8-month-old daughter in a car while he went to the Snellville Police Department to retrieve his gun and ended up getting arrested for a probation violation. The child spent several hours in the hot car Tuesday before her grandmother got her out and took her to a hospital, but it was too late.
He made no statements as to the fact that his daughter was left in the car.
Snellville Police Detective Jeff Manley.
I'm absolutely astounded that somebody would leave an 8-month-old in a car and park away from our building and walk up here knowing that child was in the car and leave him there. I'm astounded.
Watley bonded out of jail on the probation violation Tuesday evening. He was arrested again Wednesday and charged with second-degree murder.
Fox's Steve Rappaport. The premier of the British Virgin Islands facing drug smuggling charges in the U.S. can be freed while awaiting trial. A federal court judge setting a $500,000 bond for Andrew Fahey, allowing him to stay in his daughter's rented apartment in Miami, and rejecting the prosecution's argument that he will flee the country. A new class of Hall of Fame rockers is chosen, including a country icon who was a reluctant nominee, not wanting to take votes away from others.
She's in. Dolly Parton, Duran Duran, Pat Benatar, Eminem, and more have officially been announced as this year's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. Also on the list, Eurythmics and Carly Simon will be inducted into the Rock Hall. Additionally, Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis and Judas Priest will receive the Musical Excellence Award. Harry Belafonte and Elizabeth Cotton will be given the Early Influence Award, and the induction is set for November 5th in Los Angeles. It'll air at a later date on HBO and HBO Max. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Oil prices surge again, getting back over $107 a barrel. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Hafa Day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Celebrate Mom with Chili's Mother's Day Special. Treat her to the mouth-watering ancho salmon, seasoned with sweet and mild ancho chili, or the flavorful sirloin steak done exactly to Mom's liking, or the tender and juicy ribeye steak. Complement her meal with a choice of Coca-Cola beverages or a glass of Thomas Hardy red wine. Complete her meal on a sweet note with a mini molten cake. at Chili's. More life and chilling with mom happens here. Special menu selection start at $33. Promo valid May 7 and 8 only.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Summer school is about a month away, and the Department of Education is looking at a shortage of teachers, and they're making a cry out. They need about 200 teachers to fill the void for summer school. DOE officials said that they have about 2,500 public school students enrolled so far for summer classes, but they anticipate that number to grow. The deputy superintendent of the Post says that they are looking at a capacity of about 6,000, which is the same as last summer, in hopes of enticing more teachers. They've got a stipend that was to increase the number of teachers in the classroom for summer school. For high school teachers, it's up to $5,000, and for elementary and middle school teachers, it's $3,500. Summer school will run from June 13th through the 22nd of July for elementary and middle school students. It ends on July 29th for high school students. Joe Sanchez says that schools are recruiting teachers. However, schools are saying that the teachers who would normally teach during the summer months are looking forward to taking that time off. Meanwhile, international news reports this morning that North Korea is at it again. They've launched another ballistic missile. They did that yesterday at about noon into the Japan Sea. Reuters reported that the launch was from near North Korea's capital of Pyongyang. In a statement, they said that the launch didn't pose an immediate threat to the U.S. personnel, territory, or any of the allies in the region. They continue to monitor the situation. Space.com reports that this is the 14th missile launch. It happens just days before the new president is set to be inaugurated. Yoon Suk-yeol will be inaugurated on the 10th of May. He's also set to meet with President Joe Biden in Seoul on May 21st. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff called this latest missile test by the North a grave threat and a violation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions banning ballistic launches in that country. The Education Policy Board has taken up discussion on transgender issues, and it's expected to create a policy that addresses team membership for transgender athletes participating in sports. The DOE Superintendent John Fernandez had issued a letter stating that neither Interscholastic Sports Association bylaws nor the Guam Rugby Union rules address the participation of transgender athletes, and by default followed the Title IX, which prohibited discrimination in interscholastic sports. The issue had surfaced following a rugby game between DOE's Tidzin high school team and Guam High, in which a transgender player was allowed to participate. Several players reportedly were injured in that game. The Post reports that there were different views discussed in the meeting that was held yesterday, members weighing safety issues for female players. The Education Department and the board will both be watching the remaining rugby games of the season and will continue to discuss the matter further with a policy in place before the upcoming school year. We'll have more news right after this.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Well, as the island reopens its tourism market and welcomes more visitors back, GVB is anticipating a sizable jump in airline seats coming in, saying a total air seat capacity could reach about 800,000 in fiscal year 2022, which is nearly 52% more than prior year numbers. According to the Guam Daily Post, arrivals also could jump by about 62% this fiscal year compared to last year. GB's board chair, Milton Morinaga, welcomed the projection of more air seats for the current fiscal year and also noted the May 3rd lifting of the indoor face mask mandate for Guam after recording much improved COVID-19 numbers over the past few months. Members of the GVB delegation that recently returned from Japan also reported that many companies are considering Guam as a new destination. More airlines in the next few weeks will be resuming flights and flight frequency not seen since before the pandemic. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
7:11 in the morning. It looks like this Montecillo Tyrant. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 87 degrees. With a heat index, it will feel like 92 incredible degrees. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tonight. Then tomorrow it's the same thing. Mostly sunny all day long. Partly cloudy in the evening. Mostly sunny on Saturday as well. Grill marks everywhere. Cinco de Mayo. Tell the boss, hey, I'm in the field. And by field, I mean Chili's. So that's where we get started today. That's news. Oh, wait. Sunrise was at 5:58 this morning. Hold on. The guy I was going to say wakes up earlier and earlier every day to make sure he's got pictures of the sunrise. I'm talking about Jeff from Pirates Cove. There it is, Cinco de Mayo from the eastern side of the island. You can see the sun breaking up over there. Excellent shots that you've got. What is this? Oh, I can't see it. I can't see it. There's a couple other frames in there, and it looks like they want to load, but they're not going to. You know why? Because Mars is in retrograde, and nothing works. So your mileage may vary, but just build in some extra time for rebooting. Is it Mars or Mercury? It is Mercury that's in retrograde.
In your case, it's Uranus.
It's everything. It's 7:12 in the morning. You know, we reach for those moments. They're so rare. There's so few opportunities for both Mana and Rio Joe to say Uranus on the radio. It's 7. This is it's 7:12 in the 6th grade. Be right back.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
7:13, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and security title. Ron and Kim waiting to help lubricate your next real estate project.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
7:13. Day, Total Malik, how are you? Everybody good? Cinco de Mayo on Guam, the day after the May the 4th, be with you. There's actually another thing. There's a thing for today. We're looking for things to celebrate. Today is known as Revenge of the 5th. And for, oh my God, there's Star Wars nerds out there that are going, oh, that's so funny. I'm so glad he remembered. May the 4th be with you, followed by the Revenge of the 5th. Because there is a Sith in the...
Yeah, you should hear when Mike Tyson says that.
That made my mustache vibrate in my lips, and it feels weird. So anyway, it's the Revenge of the 5th, World Password Day. Nobody cares about password anymore. We're busy with Wordle. Oh my God, happiest dad in the world. Happiest dad in the world. Miami got Wordle yesterday in 2.
Oh,
she got it in
major.
2 yesterday. So she can skip graduation now. That's what I told her. So you don't have to worry about graduation and any of that stuff. I got Wordle in 2. Did you save it? Send that to your college people, and that's it, man. They'll line you up. Here's the admission, and don't worry about paying because you got Wordle in 2. That's a special thing. So Cinco de Mayo, it's International Midwives Day, Museum Lovers Day, Cartoonist Day, Hoagie Day.
Wait, what is that, midwives? Is that like
I don't know.
W2?
You know how I am. Yeah, I don't know. I went from there, and then I was looking up this thing on the, what is it, The Handmaid's Tale, or something like that? Because I got.
Oh yeah, that's a big show on Netflix, right? Or
I remember watching like an episode of it and just going, "What
in
the?
delivering babies.
What's that?"
Oh,
The
yeah.
midwife.
Oh,
yeah.
sidekicks is what you mean.
So I got a friend on Facebook.
When the husband gets kicked out of the room.
Go boil water.
Yeah.
That's you know
the
why
midwife is there to assist in delivering the baby.
I asked why they always say go boil water when the baby is born, and frankly, the answer is to get rid of the husband for about a half hour. Go and boil. By the time you're done boiling water, the baby will be born, and you will not have gotten in the middle of everything. Oyster Day, et cetera, et cetera. But that got me. I saw midwives, and it got me thinking about The Handmaid's Tale because a friend of mine on Facebook, in response to the leaked draft from the Supreme Court, says, "Oh my God." Wait. That's not what she said. Where's the one she said? No, she always starts off with, there it is. Has anybody received any information? Apparently people that watch The Handmaid's Tale will understand the joke here. Has anyone received any information on their assignment as a handmaid or a Martha? Should I expect something from the Supreme Court in the mail, or is there a website where I can check my status? And I'm assuming that the people that have watched that movie or that TV show are laughing out loud. 7:16 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Shall we, Real Joe, take a look at what's going on in the markets? There was big news. The lady on Fox was just breathless over the resurgence in the Dow. The Dow, my God, it's up 932 points. Woo-hoo! Have you seen the Dow going up and down in the hundreds and almost 1,000 of the last week or so? It's absolutely crazy out there. 34,061 is where the Dow ended up. The NASDAQ up by 400 points. Now, that's a big deal. By way of percentages, the NASDAQ is the bigger winner here. 401 points in the green for the NASDAQ. S&P 500 closing 124 points in the green. 4,300 is where they ended up. FTSE, Nikkei down by 29. The FTSE is down by 67. Hang Seng Index drops by 232. The Shanghai Index, 71 points in the green, and the DAX is off by 68. So worldwide mixed closings. Not everybody is doing great. So I wanted to take a look. Big winners on the NASDAQ. And like I said, by percentage, 3.19% gain for the NASDAQ exchange, which is really, really good. Starbucks comes in at number one. Do you have a name at Starbucks when you go eat at Starbucks? Do you have a name that you use all the time? Rico?
I like Rico.
Yeah. Miami changes it. Sometimes, sometimes it's Mildred. So we get the coffee from Mildred. Mana, when you're in the States and you go to a Starbucks, do you give them your real name or do you make one up?
I don't.
You don't? Have you ever been to a Starbucks?
I have.
Okay. I'm just asking. I don't know. You don't know that you're allowed to have fun?
I probably just give my name, but now I'm going to
carry your Mr. Brown out there with you.
Advanced Microsystems at number 2. I got Airbnb at number 3. Match Group and Moderna round out the top 5 there. There is a bottom, and there's too many names that I can't pronounce, so I'm going to leave that alone. Taking a look at some of the commodities. If you're buying gold today, gold trading at $1,882.30. That's actually up by $11, and oil not necessarily through the roof. And I'm looking at numbers going up and down in the last hour or so. When I first looked at West Texas crude, it was $108 and a nickel. And right now on the screen, it is $107.55. If you're looking for tapas, usually I go to oil prices, but for some reason, oil prices has been frozen on tapas for the last 4 days. So I had to find another source. And when I saw the number on the other source, I freaked right out. It actually blew my mind when I saw that because it was 147.
What? What?
I'm like, wait.
End of the world, bro.
Hold on, there's 147.411. What is going on here? It is. I read a little bit further. It said Singapore dollars. Okay.
Oh.
So you gotta put the calculator in, and the calculator says that it is actually about $107.28. So lower than where it was. It was frozen at $112.96, and now at $107.28. So that's where we are, and that is the better news that we're going to be talking about here this morning. There was something else I wanted to find because it's a story that. I don't know enough about, and it's annoying because I wanted to get more information on this. It is the story about David Chappelle getting attacked on the stage. I've not seen any footage on it, but you guys did, right?
Okay, so you're going to have a hard time finding video. Apparently there was one or a couple because they seized people's phones as they were coming in. Yeah, so apparently he was doing his show, and in the middle of it, somebody jumped up on stage, and it sounded like he had either a fake gun.
They said it looked like a gun, but it could discharge like a razor blade from it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
That's
so
from
I don't
the thing
know.
that I read.
didn't hear that he got hurt, but apparently the spectator,
The guy
whoever
did.
jumped up, he got jumped.
Yeah.
But I don't know about
So
Dave
what
Chappelle.
village was he from, Ray?
I think you went to JFK. There's the story. Comedian Dave Chappelle was tackled on stage by a man with a replica gun at a comedy festival. He was uninjured. Accounts posted online showed the man climbing onto the front of the Hollywood Bowl stage and rushing towards Chappelle. LAPD confirmed the attack, saying the weapon the man was carrying can eject a knife blade. There it is, when you discharge it correctly. The attacker had what they're referring to as superficial injuries after being detained by security, police said. BuzzFeed News reporter Brianna Sachs later tweeted video of the alleged attacker being loaded into an ambulance. So this is where things are getting kind of odd, right? So I will...
so they take your phone away, but they don't take away weapons at the door. Interesting.
Apparently,
Very
they don't ask for that. The attack a month after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock is likely...
It's all Will Smith's
Exactly. It's all going to come back to that. Reigniting worries in a comedy community about audience members rushing the stage. It was not something that people used to worry about a whole lot because, it's a comedy show. I'm going to say, can you imagine if somebody like Frank DeLima did a show in front of a particularly sensitive crowd? There would be, in this day and age, there's a possibility that some Filipino guy or a Chinese guy or a Japanese might roll up there. You're Portuguese.
We're always kind of joking around in here. What if we say something that triggers somebody, and then they welcome us outside?
The doors lock around here. That's the good news. But on stage, that's a whole other thing. And so I've been talking about how Guam seems to be coming alive, emerging from the darkness, and that includes gigs. That includes opportunities for me to play on stage and do MC work. Well, and Jerry Roberts is in the studio, and there's nothing more fun than being an MC and giving somebody in the business community or out there somewhere a hard time about something. And in this day and age, you just never know what's going to trigger people, do you? Yep. So do we all, I suppose, have to be careful with that. 7:23 in the morning. So you got that. There's a deal in a thing about executors. I almost said executors. Executors. 3 famous executors, people who weren't the original founders of the companies they are known for now. There's a person named Meg Whitman. When she became CEO, eBay had 30 employees, and they made about $4 million a year. When she left 10 years later, the company had 15,000 employees and $8 billion in revenue. Job well done. Good execution there. We were talking about Starbucks. There's a guy named Howard Schultz. When he first encountered Starbucks, he was a customer in Seattle and later convinced the 3 founders to hire him. And he scaled the chain to what it is today with a gazillion Starbucks, all in the same street in Manila. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but if you go to Manila, there's a Starbucks over here, and directly across the street there will be another Starbucks. You just have to figure out which one you want to go to. And a guy who's getting a lot of press these days, Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla, brought on Musk, an investor at the time, as the car maker's 4th CEO. He's taken it to heights that are fantastic, said co-founder Mark Tarpening on CNBC. So, yeah, there's always an opportunity out there for somebody to look for an opportunity and have a big enough dream and decide that, you know what, we're going to do this, and then get it done. I think about guys like, there's a fella or a group in Japan, and it is out by Sasebo is the name of the place. And there's an attraction that they have in Sasebo. It is they've built up this plot of dirt to look like a Dutch town. in the last century. Okay. And you just got to think, there's some guy out there with money and vision and decided that he was going to put Haus den Busch together, and they did. It really is kind of fascinating and kind of a little bit off-putting seeing all these Japanese walking around in Dutch, in Holland clothes and wooden shoes and things like that. 7:25 in the morning, Jerry Roberts is here. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning.
How you doing there?
I'm doing good.
Did you feel Guam come alive last night at all?
No.
You weren't in Aganya then?
I wasn't.
All right. Aganya was just crazy going nuts in town yesterday. We started, you've got the public hearings on Bill 291. Yep. That brought a lot of people into the capital city. And then there was the Chamorro Village Night Mark. Oh. Night market was going strong last night, and Wings Wednesday over at Carabao. So something for everybody in the downtown Aganya area, and very, very few masked and very, very few Karens were encountered in the process. You about ready for today's Extra Point?
I think so.
All right, well, let's hear it. Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point brought to you by our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
If you're a general manager or CEO, lend me your ears. How you hand off authority to a new manager or supervisor is important. Not everybody sees it that way. I have a story about this today on the Extra Point.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
John gets a call from his CEO early on a Friday evening. John, said the boss, Paul Martin got a big job offer in Florida and needed to leave right away. So I let him go because he said you were ready to take over as supervisor. What do you think? And John said he was a little nervous about it, but it would be okay. Then he asked when the CEO wanted to make the announcement to the team on Monday. The response was unexpected. John, I won't be able to do that. I'm leaving tonight for a week. It's no big deal. Just tell the team Paul got a big job out of town, and you've been selected as the new unit leader. It'll be fine. I'll check in on you when I get back. If you need anything, ask my assistant, Peggy. She'll take care of you. And John thought, great. I have to make my own introduction now as manager. Then his focus turned to two of the team members that he knew were also probably very interested in that promotion. He figured there might be some resistance to him getting the job. He came to work Monday, but he didn't feel the timing was right for the announcement. He said nothing at all. In fact, he said the same thing, nothing on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The department had a small emergency that week, and John handled it, which made some of the workers ask, hey, where's Paul? And the question went unanswered. Well, Friday morning, Peggy calls John into her office. She said, paychecks come out today, and it's your job to distribute them. It's time you tell people that Paul is no longer here and the supervisor, and you are in charge. So John nodded, okay, I've been trying to find the right time to do this. I need to talk to Bill and Jenny, as both wanted that job. It's going to be weird for me to make that announcement. I want to make it easy for them. They're key players. I'm going to need them totally on board. John did speak with the two workers, and they gave him their support. Both acknowledged it would have been better if the CEO had waited until his return and then made the formal announcement. Still, they were happy for John. The CEO returned on Monday, was no wiser that the transition hadn't gone like as planned, at least as he had planned, and that everything was okay. Here's the thing. You want to make the move from one leader to the next in a formal way for three good reasons. Formal as in planned, not stuffy, just planned. Reason number one, you give respect to the outgoing manager and the work done, as well as wish them well in their next position. That's a positive. Reason number two, you give a boost to the incoming manager, and there is kind of a visual thing going on there that all the workers can look on and see that this person, he, she, is the choice of the executive leadership to carry on the work. Another positive, reason three, this little bit of pageantry allows everybody involved to congratulate everybody on the team for their good performance and dedication. So then you have some food. And in total, this is also a big positive. And it's also not brain surgery. You can do the whole thing minus the food in about maybe 5 minutes with all that, with all the announcements and all the talking, and then on to eating. Now, can you get away with doing none of it? Yes, you can. But I think you do so at a loss all the way around. In my opinion, the CEO in the story should have waited until he got back, then set up a time to make the announcement with the team, even if Paul, the outgoing manager, wasn't going to be a part of it. Well, who knows? Maybe there would have been a chance to get Paul on Zoom or FaceTime or something and congratulate him that way. When it's time to hand off authority where you are, spend the time to do it right. Everybody will be better off and happier when you do. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
I'm fast forwarding to July, 25th or so, which I think is going to be John Fernandez's last day as the superintendent of the Department of Education. And I hope he heard that, or I hope he downloads that. Because there is going to be a transition. And he had, I thought, a pretty good transition. He took over from Dr. Narissa Britannia, but Dr. Underwood. Now, the other Dr. Underwood, he took over from her, and she, I think, was able to lay down a nice, solid transition for him. This is where we are. This is who I've been working with. There's the stars. There's the dogs, and then go to it. And the guy stayed there for 10 years. Can you imagine?
Yeah, surprisingly, government really does a better job of this, because government has no problem with stopping everything and having a little bit of a party whenever they want to do it. And nothing against that. But the point is, they actually do a pretty good job of handing power off and transferring.
That one was a great example of how they did it right. And as I said, I hope he heard that one, so that when we start talking about putting his replacement in place, that there is a very clear, this is the transition. Oh, by the way, and I'm endorsing this guy.
That's right.
That it needs to come with that.
It's the visual of seeing the handoff take place.
All right, and in my practice of keeping things about me, I did not come from the world of talk radio. I came from music radio for a long time, and our friend John Anderson was transitioning out of radio into television, and he went on and did some other things over at Bridge Capital. But he decided that it was his time to step down and find his replacement. And I remember in the conversation, how we were going to execute that transition. And I said, it's going to come down to one day, and you absolutely have to say this. And he said, what? I said that Ray Gibson is my hand-picked replacement, because I didn't want anybody to go, oh my God, Gibson, the loudmouth from the Power 98. No. We need to get guys more like John. But when John was able to say that I was his replacement, I think that comforted and consoled a whole number of listeners that had gotten used to the way he did talk radio.
And because he'd been there for so long and was an institution in that position, that's why it was doubly important. If he'd only been there as one of 10 guys that, if it lasted 6 months or a year, it wouldn't have mattered that much. But when he's in that position, as being the morning guy for that long, my hand-picked replacement, here he is.
That's the way, and it should be like that everywhere. The worst situation is when one guy, I'm trying to figure out how many times that this happened with you, where one day there's Jerry Roberts, Jake Ufany, and the next day there's another guy.
There was never a hand-picked replacement.
Never, nothing like that.
No.
We want you to meet. Here's Joe Cunningham. Actually, I think there might have been a couple other guys in between. I think. I'm sorry, this is old-time inside radio. But I think when you left KUAM to go and get things started at what would then be K57, you took a whole bunch of other guys with you, and I think I recall having to do the morning show.
They followed.
Yeah, I think I ended up having to do a couple of morning shows until we found a fill-in replacement that nobody liked.
Yeah, they brought a guy, actually, this is real old stuff, they brought a guy from Hawaii.
Yeah.
And it ended up that he wound up suing them when they fired him. and I ended up being a witness in the court
Do
case.
all of that.
And Janet Weeks was the judge.
I worked with him. I worked with him at one of the radio stations in Hawaii when I lived there for Yeah. I'll remember his name in a couple of minutes. It's 7:35. Jerry Robertson, today's Extra Point, and a whole bunch of back and forth on ancient radio history. Time now for news and headlines. Montesilva Tyrant's got everything all wrapped up for you. Brought to you by Lolita Kamet with Huffaday Realty. Her number is 688-6743. For all of your real estate needs, principal broker Joe D. Duenas. And for all of your Whopper needs, they're celebrating 33 incredible years here on Guam, and they've got Whopper melts available for a limited time. Rudy Rodolfo, I know you found us. I know you found a feed somewhere and can hear. Rudy, we need to have a combination bacon spicy melt. Can I get one of those Whoppers that's got the bacon in it from the bacon melt and the jalapenos from the now I could probably do it myself.
Oh, fuego.
I could. Well, it's Cinco de Mayo. I am in fuego today. But it's something I could do at my house because I have a jar of jalapeno chips in the refrigerator at this time. But it would be better if you did and had somebody send over a whole bunch to the radio station. Just saying. Because it's crazy. Cinco de Mayo. Happy 33rd anniversary to Burger King here on Guam. Now, with news and headlines, there's that story with Montesilva Tyrant. Huffa?
Well, the Department of Education looking about 6,000 students for summer school, and they need more teachers to fill the classrooms. They're looking at a shortage of about 200 teachers. They put out an incentive package that will get $5,000 for high school teachers and about $3,500 for elementary and middle school teachers who want to teach. They say that teachers who would normally teach during summer want to take that time off. Well, homeowners experiencing pandemic-caused financial hardship have another day, just one more day, to apply for the Homeowner Assistance Program. You can go to the Department of Administration for your application. It ends tomorrow. That program provides up to $15,000 in financial aid. The administration says that they've already put out about $2 million in direct financial assistance. North Korea put out another ballistic missile launch yesterday into the Japan Sea. Reuters says that the United States has condemned the North Korean ballistic missile launch, but they do say that it did not pose an immediate threat to Guam or anywhere else. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Okay, got you. 7:37 in the morning on The Ray Gibson Show. More on headlines and news, and we'll take a look at what's going on in traffic and maybe a little bit more about Chappelle getting jumped on the stage. Be right back.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Aganya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way. Is it time to take a look at what the traffic map? Yeah, it is about that time. 7:38 in the morning. We've got a little bit of traffic. Hold on, let me just refresh this because you know what? It didn't look busy enough. So let me just refresh the screen and see what we've got. A little bit of traffic up in Jigo, southbound Marine Corps Drive. That's meeting up with some northbound traffic, but for the most part, everybody is trying to get south and Pau Pau into Waiseng Song, running a little bit busy. Ugly traffic on what looks like Route 3 on the way in. You get where are we going from Ukadu all the way to the intersection at Micronesia Mall. Expect some delays through there. And then intersection traffic through most of central Guam and Tamuning. 8, 10, and 16, likewise, ugly here this morning from about the Happy Mart intersection through the intersection and then onto that one lousy spot in Tiedzin. No, I'm not going to talk about that for 10 minutes. But what looks worse here is the traffic from Wendy's to the intersection of 8, 10, and 16. Looking at 10 and 15, that intersection looks kind of rugged this morning. morning. Dogging in and out traffic on Route 8 on the way into town. A little bit of traffic around the car dealership in the cemetery, trying to get from Marine Corps Drive onto Route 8. So expect some delays if you're headed southbound Marine Corps Drive. Not as bad as it was last night for the Wednesday night market, but still running rather busy. Intersection traffic through most of the downtown Hagåtña area as well. And then finally, Big Navy in Sumai. Thought it was ugly at 8, 10, and 16. Ugly at 1 and 2. The intersection down there looks like it's kind of rock solid from about where the river is all the way up to the main gate of Big Navy in Sumai. So it's going to be slower going, I think, on Cinco de Mayo. 20 away from 8. Be right back.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Is it 7:41? It is. Have you discovered just how much fun it is looking at Twitter? No, it's the whole
different now.
Elon Musk. Well, to some degree, it's different. But I mean, just in the last couple of days since this leaked document that is come out, you got there's an outfit that I like to follow. They're called the Libs of TikTok, and one of the things that they put that the Libs of TikTok do is they go. It's not what you think it is. They go and they find people that are hysterical about something. And as you might imagine with this draft leak, there's a whole lot of really, really hysterical people. You know what I mean? It's got funny colored hair looks like it's shave ice. And then women with dyed armpit hairs.
Half
and
collars.
Kind of look like female versions of you. that. Now talking about my body, my body, my choice.
It is my body.
Okay, good luck with that. Where are we now? It's 7:04 on the Ray Gibson Show. Much to talk about here. Just got this word from educator pal of mine on the meme machine. 797-8255, by the way, is the meme machine number. It's basically our WhatsApp. So if you get documents that you want to send, leaked drafts from the Supreme Court or something like that you want to let us know about, by all means do that. So I think it was, what's his name, sent me this. Early release for students of Harry S. Truman Elementary School and Southern High School today. Due to no water pressure, classes and Aspire will resume tomorrow. GDOE is informing the public that students, again, Harry S. Truman and Southern High School will be released early today due to little to no water pressure there. GWA is repairing break in the main line in the surrounding area. Everybody is having a problem with technology here. Everybody is having a problem with technology. Mana sending in this note here from Docomo Customer Service and their Facebook Messenger account. Holiday, due to unscheduled power outage, some parts of the island are experiencing internet connection issues. Our team is aware and working quickly to get you back up online. Now, I know that happened because our phone lines are connected to Docomo. They're digital SIP lines, and for a second there, we lost those. And I went in. You didn't hear it, but I went into panic mode. Because this is a talk radio station, and we need people on the phone to keep things interesting. Otherwise, I babble on for 2.5 hours. 7:43 in the morning. Who's this on the line? Is it my friend Robert?
Dr. Akimoto.
Oh, Dr. Vince Akimoto. Hi. Not that kind of. Anyway, hey Doc, how you doing there, buddy?
Hi. Good morning, Ray.
Buenas, Jen Hoffadele.
Thank you to Docomo for fixing the phone lines to allow us to communicate. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yes, Biba.
Biba.
Biba de Mayo.
And as we join all our Mexican friends in the community who commemorate freedom on this day, we acknowledge that the novel coronavirus epidemic, which is slowly coming to an end, was probably not some evil Chinese plan to take global domination of cheap beer sales away from the Mexicans. We symbolically lift up both Corona and Tsingtao beers with both hands in solidarity with all peace-loving people around the world.
I believe in the concept of world peace through beer, and me and my hiking friends dedicate at least one weekend to that every year.
Beer Summit. Hey, Joe, if you could play the background music now. Today, here on Guam, we're facing many daunting challenges. And just like the Americans never gave up when the Mexicans took over the Alamo, just like the Ukrainians never gave up when the Russians bombed Pearl Harbor, we will never give up. We must, as a community, strive towards more cooperation, more friendly discussion. Quit talking at each other. Let's work with each other. And today, as we face all the challenges that rock our community, let's lift those hands of ours, those two bottles in both hands, and raise a big cheer in honor of Cinco de Mayo. Opa!
Opa! Biba Zen Hafade. I'd like to give you an opportunity while we're here to say congratulations to the new batch of underclassmen from Father Duenas. The class of 2022 were graduated last night.
No, and that was a really hard-working class. A lot of people understand this, but this is the class that saw their sophomore year pretty much canceled because of COVID, and then they didn't have a junior year. And so for them as seniors to rise up and really establish themselves as a terrific group of young men, do all the things, the whole community. FD just happens to be the first high school on island to graduate. And I can vouch because we watched these guys grow up. These are great kids. And, as they entered into high school, Ray, there were so many real challenges and tragedies that the school felt both from a really personal and familial level as well as, on a political level with the scandals in the church. So this is not a group of innocent young men in terms of not knowing that the world can sometimes be harsh. So these kids are tough. I mean, and we're really proud of them. I expect great things from them as well as the class that comes behind them because these are the kids who survived the pandemic and watched their parents do it. And so they'll be the final judges. They'll be the ones writing history. So this is a great day.
Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Vince, it's always a fun time talking with you. I hope we get a chance to talk again soon.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. 747. I do like the way you kind of put all that, kind of wrapped it up together. These have been interesting times, have they not? And as I said, it just feels like Guam is coming out of this cocoon that we've been in over the last 2 years. I'm trying not to be overly dramatic about it, but it really was nice driving down southbound Marine Corps Drive, making my way to Wings Wednesday, and seeing all the people crossing over from one side of Marine Corps Drive to a packed Chamorro Village. I'm so glad that they've decided to do that. And there's so many other great things that are happening. Tonight is going to be food truck night downtown. And then tomorrow is going to be Fandania Friday down at Ipao Beach.
Yes.
So all kinds of great opportunities for everybody to get together. Now, I am noticing that I'm beginning to see more people without masks. And I think maybe in another week's time or something like that, unless you are absolutely immunocompromised and frankly, maybe you shouldn't be out of doors, but unless you're absolutely immunocompromised, there's a very good chance that you're probably going to be putting the mask aside as well and then getting on with it, moving on with your life. Just a handful of people that in my experience yesterday. So I think as the word gets out and people get more comfortable breathing on each other again, then why not? Studio time, 7:49 in the morning. I'm looking at, I can't tell you all of the contents of it, but I got an email from Doug Moylan this morning.
No.
Yeah, I did. Have a great day. Your shows are action-packed, funny, good listening, and commonsensical. Well, thanks very much. I do my best. 7:49, I want to, without scaring anybody, without scaring you, I want to put this graphic up on the screen. And you will note that it is a picture of China. There's North Korea over here in the upper left-hand corner. Let me just see if I can wiggle and keep it still. You got North Korea over there, the rest of the Korean peninsula over there, and you see a bunch of these dots that are swirling. Kind of looks like ticks on a dog or something like that. Do you know what those dots represent, Real Joe? Well, now, do you have any idea what
Panda
those
Expresses?
What those? No, they're not.
No.
Not Panda Expresses.
I was going to say Target.
Not Target stores.
No Target stores.
But kind of
Maybe
close
McDonald's.
in a way, getting closer. These are ships. Each one of these are ships. They're all laid off on the coast of China, waiting to pull in and get stuff to bring to America.
It looks like Festpac, Ray.
That's where all of our junk is. It's all in China.
Let them in.
Everybody, take a look at that. You see how busy everybody's waiting to get in, but you can't. Everything is shut down there because of their COVID response. Yeah, everybody's home. Well, they're not allowed to leave. They've been sealed in. They've erected fences around some of the people's homes. It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? So there is all of the commerce in the world looks like it's all bunched up in China, waiting to get out of there. So yeah, if you made a phone call or put something into eBay or Amazon or someplace like that, and you're getting the word, yeah, we'll let you know when it's in stock. When the ships are able to pull in and then leave is when that's going to happen. 7:51 and change. Is that Bob on the line?
Yes, Director Camacho.
Director Camacho. Look at you. You're all official now.
Department of Corrections.
But Damon and I, it's just, that's Robert. That's my favorite. It's one of my favorite photographers, Robert Camacho. He took one of the best pictures of me that I have. Got the most attention on Tinder, by the way. Good morning, Robert. It's good to see you.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Ray.
Bro, I know how busy you are, so I appreciate the time here. A couple of things that I wanted to reach out and talk to you about and see if we can get more men and women working for you at the Department of Corrections. You got a job fair, right?
That's correct. This is over Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 5 at the Guam Premium Outlet.
How come you're not doing it at DOC? I'd do it there. Come on. Let me show you all the different parts of the facility that you're going to be working in.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
If not a little bit dangerous. All right, so now it's a job fair, and I know you think about the Department of Corrections, and everybody's thinking, okay, well, that's just guys that got to watch the prisoners, but I'm sure you're hiring for other positions than just guards.
Yeah, yes, but the main focus for this weekend will be for the correction officers, and we're looking to hire at least 25.
Okay, that's a good number. That would complement the group that you've got now, right?
Right, that's right. We have 15 right now that are going through training, and their training will be completed around early part of June.
Now, I know that there was a big turnover there for a while over at the Department of Corrections, or maybe it's a permanent, constant turnover that you got there. So, of the 15 that are in process now, 25 new ones coming in after that. How long do you suppose you're going to be able to have these guys before they decide, ooh, this is a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be?
Well, we're going to look at what the qualifications are. If they went to the Criminal Justice Academy, their training will be a bit shorter and get online much more quicker. That will take about 8 weeks because they have to do the internal training.
Yep.
If they have the Criminal Justice Academy already. If not, then it might take a little bit longer, about 3 months to get through that program, the summer program.
Interesting. Are there any other requirements? Are there physical fitness requirements that some of these guys and girls are going to have?
What's going to happen is that once we take their application, and if they have a resume, that would be great to attach to their application.
Sure.
But they can fill it out. Also, there'll be administrative personnel there to assist. But and also an ID, that will be great.
Yeah, of course.
And what happens is that the DOA will go through the application much more thoroughly and find out, verify their high school diploma and driver's license and all these other issues. They still have to go through that DOA process.
Okay, all right. And now are they drug-free, obviously? Do they have to be vaccinated, anything like that?
They're going to have to be vaccinated. And also the other thing is, they're going to go through a process of background check, firearms ID, psychological evaluation, but that's all through the process of the application. And then once they get in, we do all these other things like the background check and all, and so forth.
Okay. And now, any chance that you might want to raid somebody else in the government of Guam? Maybe you want to raid some of the guys over at the port or the guys over at the airport?
Well, take anybody, but that is willing to apply. But of course, there's going to be a vetting process. We're still going to interview them, and we're looking. Let's face it, Department of Corrections is a tough job, and so we're looking for some people that are willing to have the courage and determination to go through that training process, and then of course work in an environment. But here's the thing: we got the 18%, we got 25% rate, so there is some compensation, and then we have a good crew. I mean, we have a good team that work together, and it is a difficult task, but when they're working together, things happen. We're making things happen here. So, I just want to encourage anybody who is slightly interested to come in, ask questions. We're going to have correction officers there, too, so that they can answer whatever questions that might be on their minds regarding the job description.
There was an article, Robert Camacho, in the newspaper the other day that was talking about your desires now that it's time to start going in front of the legislature for the next year's budget. You've put together a wish list that includes almost $10 million additional dollars.
That's correct. Well, here's the thing: 18% plus the 25% increase that was a significant amount. And of course, we're trying to enhance our facility, repair these areas that need repair. We've already done a significant job of doing that. And then we're trying to improve all of our different aspects of our operations regarding virtual training, education. And we've also, here's one part that they didn't probably emphasize, is that we have a lot of federal grants that are helping us with our operations. We're getting stuff from.
Thank you for the federal dollars.
Yes, definitely. So, my whole goal, as I mentioned in the budget, is really is that every inmate that comes out has a GED or a high school diploma, has some job skills, and of course personal development. And so, this is one of my focuses, to reduce the recidivism rate, which is about 22%. So, I want to get it down to 10. If possible, we're trying all these areas. So we got Guam Behavioral Health that's helping us out with the mental health issues and drug treatment programs, and so we have a lot of volunteers also from the community that are reaching out. We have the religious organizations that are coming in, so we're opening up the visitation again, and also the religious organization to come in and help with the development of these prisoners.
I'd like to see some programs where you work hard enough, and maybe you come in and you don't have a diploma, but we'll get you a GED, and if you you get yourself certified to work in construction and show that you're really ready to turn a new leaf around here. Tell you what, we'll get your GED, we'll get you certification and all of this stuff, and then the day that you get a job with a company, we'll expunge certain things from your records, give you a clean slate, so you might be able to go and start working with companies that are doing business that you wouldn't normally be able to get a job with. I think there are a lot of guys, for whatever reason, aren't able to get some of these good jobs. They got the skills, but they got in trouble with the law, went off the trail a little bit. But if there's a way that we can get these guys a little bit more skills, get them a little bit more of just life experience, and then clear their records, maybe we'll give them a chance to get some of these high-paying jobs on base.
That's true. We even have like the Guam Trades Academy right now, and the last cycle I think we had about 15 that went through the Guam Trades Academy. And so they get a certificate so they can work for a construction company when they get out. And we also have a program right now with the vocational rehab that we focus on carpentry, plumbing, electrical work, metal work, all sorts of stuff. They do tiling. So we're trying to get them out of prison and making sure that they have some kind of life skills.
Employers that are interested in this kind of thing, please reach out to Robert Camacho over at the Department of Corrections and see if maybe one of your shops can get put together. I used to work for a guy that had a lot of faith in giving guys second chances, and it's nice that you're setting the stage for these guys to take advantage of that. 7:59. Robert, I got to run. I'll talk to you soon. So Saturday and Sunday at GPO.
That's correct.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
No problem. Happy to help. I want you to succeed over at the Department of Corrections. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. And Fox News Live is going to be coming up on the other side of that. Montecillo Tyrant with a look at all the big news and headlines. Still a ton of really interesting stories and a bunch of really interesting people that we've lined up to talk to this morning. So stick around, Brown. Do me a favor. Hit the button, the share button on YouTube, and let the rest of the Point family know that we're here today.
News. Another child of former President Trump has appeared before the committee investigating the Capitol riot.
Donald Trump Jr. met with the House Select Committee yesterday, the Associated Press reports. One of nearly 1,000 witnesses the panel has now interviewed as part of an investigation into the January 6th Capitol riot. Former President Trump's daughter, Ivanka, who also served as a White House advisor, spoke with the committee earlier this year, as did her husband, a senior Trump administration official, Jared Kushner. Trump Jr. was at a rally near the White House that took place before thousands of supporters marched to the Capitol. The committee has said it wants details about events before, during, and after the violent breach. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve taking action to curb the worst inflation in 40 years, raising its benchmark short-term interest rate by 0.5 percentage point. The hike is the largest since 2000.
What this does mean for you and me is that mortgage rates will go up a little bit more. Credit card rates will go up. If your mortgage rate's adjustable, that is. Credit card rates will go up a little bit more.
Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. The Fed will likely follow the move at the fastest pace of rate of hikes in 30 years. Wall Street stocks soared to their biggest gain in 2 years after Powell's announcement. The Dow gained 932, the Nasdaq plus 401. The S&P up 124. The State Department says Secretary of State Antony Blinken has tested positive for COVID after attending the White House Correspondents Association dinner over the weekend. It says Blinken is fully vaccinated and is experiencing only mild symptoms. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says Blinken has not been near President Biden.
He's not seen the president in several days, and he is not considered a close contact.
And Psaki said President Biden tested negative yesterday. America is listening to Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's Hoffaday service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
A Georgia man charged with murder after his baby daughter died after she was left in a hot car.
Authorities say David Japes McCrory Watley left his 8-month-old daughter in a car while he went to the Snellville Police Department to retrieve his gun and ended up getting arrested for a probation violation. The child spent several hours in the hot car Tuesday before her grandmother got her out and took her to a hospital, but it was too late.
He made no statements as to the fact that his daughter was left in the car.
Snellville Police Detective Jeff Manley.
I'm absolutely astounded that somebody would leave an 8-month-old in the car and park away from our building and walk up here knowing that child was in the car and leave him there. I'm astounded.
Watley bonded out of jail on the probation violation Tuesday evening. He was arrested again Wednesday and charged with second-degree murder. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
The company behind TurboTax will pay millions to customers in a settlement with New York's Attorney General.
New York Attorney General Letitia James announced the $141 million settlement with Intuit, which is signed by the attorneys general of all 50 states. James says ads for Intuit's product, TurboTax, promised free tax filing services and that they steered low-income tax filers away from the federally supported free services they qualified for and toward Intuit's own commercial commercial products instead. Under the settlement, Intuit will suspend the TurboTax free ads and pay restitution to nearly 4.5 million customers who are expected to get a payment of about $30 for each year they were deceived into paying for filing services. In New York, Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
This year's Met Gala, held at New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art, earned a record $17.4 million. The annual event is a fundraiser for the self-funding Costume Institute at the museum. The money pays for the operations of the institute and for various exhibits. Some of the biggest names in fashion and other celebrities typically attend. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Off a day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many jobs. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds. It kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Celebrate Mom with Chili's Mother's Day Special. Treat her to the mouth-watering ancho salmon, seasoned with sweet and mild ancho chili, or the flavorful sirloin steak done exactly to Mom's liking, or the tender and juicy ribeye steak. Complement her meal with a choice of Coca-Cola beverages or a glass of Thomas Hardy red wine. Complete her meal on a sweet note with a mini molten cake. At Chili's, more life and chilling with Mom happens here. Special menu selection start at $33. Promo valid May 7 and 8 only.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The Department of Corrections is holding a job fair this weekend looking to fill guard positions at their facility. Director Bob Camacho on the point says that they're looking at hiring 25 officers. They say bring your resume if you have one and an identification. Camacho says that they currently have 15 recruits who are going through the process, and those are expected to graduate this summer. The job fair will be held this weekend at the Guam Premier Outlets. Meanwhile, summer school is just about a month away, and the Department of Education is also facing a shortage of about 200 teachers, despite the increase in stipends. DOE officials say that they have about 2,500 public school students who are currently enrolled for summer classes. They anticipate having about 6,000 enrolled for summer school. In hopes of enticing more teachers, they put together a stipend that will increase the pay for high school teachers to $5,000 and then elementary and middle school teachers to $3,500. Summer school will run from June 13th through July 22nd for elementary and middle school. It ends on July 29th for high school students. Joe Sanchez says that the schools are recruiting teachers. However, some schools are saying that the teachers who would normally teach during summer months are looking forward to taking summer off. Meanwhile, the Education Policy Board has taken up the discussion on transgender issues and is expected to create a policy that addresses team membership and transgender athlete participation in sports. The DOE Superintendent John Fernandez had earlier issued a letter that stated neither the Interscholastic Sports Association bylaws nor the Guam Rugby Union rules address the participation of transgender athletes. And by default, he had to follow the Title IX, which prohibited discrimination in interscholastic sports. The issue surfaced following a rugby game in which Guam High played the Tizen League, in which a transgender player was allowed to participate. Several players reportedly were injured in that game. The Post reports that there were different views discussed in the meeting yesterday, members weighing safety issues for female players. The Education Department says that they will be watching the remaining rugby games along with the board members and will continue to discuss the matter they hope to have a policy in place by the upcoming school year. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The administration says that they put out about $2 million in homeowner assistance, and applicants have just one more day to submit their applications with the Department of Administration for the Guam Homeowner Assistance Fund program. The program provides up to $15,000 in financial aid per homeowner to address mortgage delinquencies, defaults, and foreclosures. Funds awarded from the program are issued directly to the lender, utility, or tax agency on behalf of the homeowner. The applications can be found on the DOA website, or you can visit their office at the ITC building. And international news reports this morning that North Korea has launched another ballistic missile into the Japan Sea. They did that yesterday about noon. They say it's originated from near Pyongyang. The launch is the 14th one this year. South Korea's military intelligence saying that it was near Pyongyang, and it just happened days before the new president is expected to be inaugurated. The president-elect is also set to meet with President Joe Biden in Seoul on May 21st. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
8:10 in the morning. No, I can't do weather now. I can't do weather. All right, you don't even know what I'm going to say, and you're already laughing.
I'm already.
You know it's going to be funny.
I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it.
All right, so we get the Norks, North Koreans, and we're afraid of the Chinese, because as soon as they lick COVID-19 in China, they're going to start gunning for Taiwan and by extension us. So the question that I have is, who will be Guam's Zelensky? Who will take on the mantle of leadership in a trying and hard time? I know some of you are thinking it's that Jensen guy from the Progressive Dems, but probably not. Probably I don't think it's going to end up being him. I was reading a very, very interesting exchange between him and James Howard. And I'm gonna, Julian, I just got to tell you, you're messing with the wrong guy.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you right now, you're messing with the wrong guy. I know you're listening. But anyway, so that's the question. You think about that kind of pressure. As in facing an invasion from angry Oriental hordes that hordes with a D coming out to Guam and take the place over, wrestle control of Guam away from the United States military and the federal government of the United States of America. Who will be the Zelensky? Who is it that is going to, get all the 511 tactical gear from Bargain Tactical and wear those on television, make an occasional funny joke about what's going on, and beg the rest of the international community for help? Who will be Guam's Zelensky?
Guaylo.
Ponder this. There got to be somebody. There's got to be somebody. I'm not the guys that work at the Max counter. But there's somebody out there that would be the guy to lead the resistance against all of these guys. Washington, May 3rd, Yonhap News, the United States plans to boost its deterrence against China and North Korea, partly by increasing its prepositional stocks of military supplies in the Indo-Pacific, according to Lloyd Austin, who talks entirely too much. The U.S. Defense Chief also said the Defense Department plans to spend some $6 billion in FY 2023 to boost their deterrence posture in the Indo-Pacific. Guys, this is all going to be happening in Guam, Tinian, and Saipan. So in this budget invests some $6 billion in Pacific Deterrence Initiative. And in keeping with our new national defense strategy, we are going to enhance our force posture, our infrastructure, our presence, and our readiness in the Indo-Pacific, including the missile defense of Guam. Hey, he mentioned us. Mentioned that in a budget hearing before the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense. At the same time, we must be prepared for threats that pay no heed to borders, from pandemics to climate change. Oh, shut up. And we must tackle the persistent threats posed by North Korea, Iran, and global terrorist groups. Pandemics, climate change, critical race theory, gender fluidity. What else do we want to throw in here that we need to fight?
ISIS, Ray.
Fight the wars, bro. Fight the wars. Never mind all of the climate change. Oh, my God. What a bunch of sissies. The remarks came after the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un hinted at the possible use of his country's nuclear weapons to preemptively and thoroughly contain and frustrate all dangerous attempts and threatening moves in a massive military parade held in Pyongyang in April the 25th. I think he was wearing pearl earrings in the videos that I saw, in which the North showcased its largest known intercontinental ballistic missile systems. The recalcitrant country has fired more than a dozen missiles this year, including the first ICBM in more than 4 years. Austin reiterated that the investment the U.S. plans to make in the Indo-Pacific will provide greater capability to counter possible aggression from China. Should that fail, I'll be Zelensky. I'll be the guy. I just need a little bit of time at the gym.
We could do that, man.
You know what I was thinking about? I haven't done the weather yet, have I?
A little gym time.
A little bit of gym time. So I'd asked out loud to a couple of guys about gym memberships, and they came back to me with stupid prices, and I said, no, this is for me. How much for me to attend your gym? And they came back with some prices that were a little bit closer to reality. But then it occurred to me, I can't go to the gym because they're going to make me wear a mask.
Oh, you still got to wear a mask in there.
Not anymore. I got this. I stole this from my friend's Facebook post.
Your choice.
Inafat Malik, more than ever, thank you for spreading the spirit of Inafat Malik and being courteous, sensitive, and accountable to one another at Paradise Fitness. These remain our guiding values, especially now as the governor has rescinded the mask mandate. Mask wearing is now your choice at all of our clubs. At the same time, we remain committed to the strongest safety protocols in the fitness industry, blah, 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 blah. But that's the good news there. Now, if maybe you're one of those people that was thinking along the same lines as me, hey, I need to get in shape, or hey, it's too hot to run outside, or hey, is that Lululemon she's wearing? Now you can go and find out over at the Paradise Places and not have to worry about some masked Nazi coming in and telling. Have you ever tried to breathe while you're like doing any kind of workout with the mask on?
Yeah.
That's just stupid.
Pass out.
Exactly. What are you thinking here? I don't know. I know some of the girls were excited because they could get masks that match their gym outfits. So you had that, and I'm sure that there will still be some of that going over at Paradise Fitness. But now that is a reality. I may take them up on some of those offers. 8:16 in the morning. Just an FYI, about this time yesterday, we were also talking about the Arts in Augustin over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services, who issued a memo that said, despite the lifting of the indoor mask mandates, visitors and employees of the Department of Public Health and Social Services should still mask up, are still required to mask up. Apparently, the front office heard that and said, no, and so he's walking this back. It's not a retreat or a surrender. He's just in line with the guidance now. In accordance with Executive Order 22-13, the use of face masks is no longer required in public settings. Our department will continue to recommend the proper use of face masks for the duration of the public health emergency. Staff, especially those providing direct patient care, and patrons are encouraged to wear a well-fitting mask properly upon entry to all DPHSS facilities. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. And that's a line there from Art San Augustine today, after apparently somebody at the front office found out a little bit more about what was going on over in his shop and said, no. Kind of like what they did with Tony. This closed primary thing, bad move. Take it back. But take it back. And so they did. It's 8:18. Ray Gibson Show continues. Don't move.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Am I supposed to do something?
There you go, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
APL, I bet it's APL, right?
Yes.
APL American President Lions, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Cold Stone, because Mother's Day is coming up, and they know you love your mother. But does your mother know you love her? Have you pondered that? Have you said out loud in an unwavering, firm voice, "Mom, I love you"? And if you haven't in a while, it might be a smart move to go and talk to the guys over at Cold Stone Creamery about a brand new kind of ice cream, strawberry passion ice cream. They've also got a thing called Midnight Delight that. It's just all of a sudden it's uncomfortable talking Midnight Delight and Mom at the same time. Maybe for the mother of your children we can get the Midnight Delight. Will that work out for you? Listen, call, visit, swing by ColdStoneCreamery.com on the World Wide Web.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Tell you, is the whole thing that we've been experiencing in the last few days, the deal with the leaked documents and things like that, and everybody feels like, you know what, I got to post something on Facebook. I got to post something in social media. And I just kind of looking at those things going, I don't know. You don't, just hold on, wait. It's not the end of the world. What did the governor say? Into the dark ages. So drama. Into the dark. A Supreme Court ruling could revive the Guam law, making abortion a crime here on Guam. I remember when this was going on. It was a big deal. And a huge deal in Belle Ariola's family when she found herself at odds over abortion with her own daughter. That was an interesting wrinkle on the story. 8:21 in the morning, and I don't know how much of a conversation we're having about that now. The family's involved in putting together the ceremonies for the late Ken Ariola, 96 years old. I knew him pretty well for a lot of reasons. His son Mike and I were best buddies. Mike's one of the first faces I remember knowing from when I was a kid. I don't remember when we met, but he's just always been in my life. Terrific kid, terrific family. When you stop and think about it, I've spent many New Years at what we used to call Friends of Friends, up at the house overlooking Epal Beach, and some fantastic times. And every once in a while, he'd come over. Hey, Gibson, and yeah, what? He says, let's go eat a fish. And I remember vividly the night where he took me to the side of the house where they had the barbecue all laid out. And on top of the grill, it wasn't a hot grill, it was warm enough to keep the fish that had already been cooked warm. And on top of the grill was a tataga. You know that one. It's the one with the horn.
Yeah.
It's the one with the horn. And he remarked to me, you don't know how to eat a fish unless you know how to eat the entire fish. And I pulled the cooler over and made sure that I always had beer for some of what I've got to say were the yuckier parts of the tataga. The old boys that are watching the program know what I'm talking about. You don't have to eat the skin because it's kind of sandpapery, right? You don't want to necessarily put that. But just about everything else on that fish, you ought to be able to eat. So you take the skin off and you cut into some of that delicious white meat that they've got in there, both sides of it. And I remember I said, hey, kid, this thing has still got its guts inside. And he looked at me and said, that's the best part of you.
That's for you.
There you go. And I'm going, but it's the guts with fish poop in it. Although I didn't use the word poop, and he says, "Yeah, boy, you got to eat that." And we went through from the back end of the fish all the way through,
That's why your hairy chest.
I got to the head, and he says, "There's two eyes, boy. One for you, one for me." Okay, Patty. So I learned that day. We also dug into a little bit of the fish brain as well. But it was a terrific lesson, and I will always remember that as one of the best times I ever had with Pappy. I'd see him every once in a while at some of the other family functions down at the ranch. And I said, what's the secret? And he says, I like to take a little bit of wine before I go to sleep at night. Well, sleep well. You've earned it there. And 8:24 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Where was I? I was headed somewhere, wasn't I? Was I have a stream of consciousness in my head? You don't remember.
I don't, man.
I'm still stuck on the Zelensky thing. I want to be that guy. No, he had a background in entertainment.
You want to do videos with a vest on?
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. And a bunch of guys with AR standing near me. That'd be so cool. My chief of security is going to be chiefs are going to be John Howard, James Howard, John, Harry, and Tom Tomasiak.
Oh, yeah.
And Baggy if we can get him, because those guys take a bullet for me, they say. All right, the interesting story here. GDOE says they need 200 more teachers for summer school. And I'm trying to do the mathematics here. I was looking at this story. I was trying to do the math on the deal. And, I'll go ahead and reset it one time. I was looking at the math. In hopes of enticing more teachers, they need 200. The stipend was increased for high school teachers to $5,000 and for elementary and middle school teachers, $3,500. Now, if you say, well, that's summer school, that doesn't sound like a whole lot of money. They're not doing all the way through the summer for summer school. Summer school will begin around July 13th and end between July 22nd and July 29th. That's going to end up to be like $5,000 for some of these guys, for some of these teachers, $5,000 for something like 6 weeks of work. So that doesn't sound like bad money, about $1,000 a week or so, a little bit less.
Oh, yeah.
That'll keep you in cigarettes and Slim Jims. If that's your thing, 8:25 on the Ray Gibson Show. So if you are a teacher, if you are an educator in this town and you're interested in this, then by all means find the guys over at the Department of Education and they'll sort it all out. I'm looking at another kind of tribute that they put in a newspaper. There's one for Ken Ariola on page 1. Page 6, there's one for Popoy Zamora. And I like the way they wrote this. They did a good job on putting this together. Signs off. Guam mourns passing of humanitarian, first Filipino elected mayor, Popoy Zamora. And he did a television show once upon a time. Buhay Pinoy was the name of the show, and absolutely loved watching that with him. And it was nice because it was one of those places where you could keep track of the comings and goings of all of the different Filipino groups on Guam. Guy had achieved hero status, and every once in a while he'd swing by the radio station and the television station over at cable TV and say hello to everybody. And I do remember he was a very, very terrific guy, very generous with his thoughts when you'd get a chance to talk to him. I want to say he was also a Philippine scout. I might be wrong, but I want to say that he might have been a Philippine scout.
Special Forces.
Exactly that kind of thing. It's some really, really incredible stories that come out of the Second World War that involved all of those fellas. It's 8:27 in the morning on the radio station. As I said, lots and lots to talk about here as we make our way through. What is today? Thursday? We finally made it to Thursday. All right, groovy. I told you about a few of the other more interesting and headline-grabbing stories and observations about how great Aganya was last night. I'm just looking forward to everything else that's going to be coming up, including the running calendar. Folks know that I pretend to be a runner, and I'm absolutely delighted. Although I got to talk to my friend Vanessa over at the Pacific Daily News, who writes, more marathons are returning this month. Did you see that, Mon? Yeah, it is. Everybody kind of saw it. It's time to lace up the running shoes and put in the dry fit top as Guam's marathon season is in full effect this month. We try not to run marathons in the summer, not when it's blazing hot like it is now. And marathon about 26.2 miles. So what you're talking about is not marathons, but they're 2Ks, 5Ks. I think the longest one that we're going to be doing here is the running club's got one. It's a half marathon that will be on before the end of the month, and that's one of those things. We start at Anderson Air Force Base, and they say it's downhill, but it's downhill. You'll love it. I've run that race, I don't know, half a dozen times, maybe more in my running career, and I will tell you the first part of this race is not downhill. It feels like downhill, but you're actually going up around the Woostig area, and there's up, just getting out of Chico. Yeah, it's very deceiving. And
it's like Gravity Hill.
You think in your head, you're going, okay, well, it's not even go out of Chico. There's Anderson Air Force Base over there, and then before you know it, you're at the Micronesia Mall. By the time you get to the Micronesia Mall, you're about halfway done with this particular effort. There might be a little bit more by way of it. If you want information, go take a look at the Guam Running Club's Facebook page and see what they've got to say about all the fun things that they're going to be doing there. 8:29 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. About time to take our last look at big news and headlines. Montecillo Tyrant is dying to get out of here, so we're going to bring her in for news and then watch her walk out the door. It's 8:30, and that's coming up next.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
8:31 in the morning. Yes. My name is Ray Gibson-Linsky. How's that sound? That's got a nice ring to it. Gibson-Linsky? That'll work. Yeah. Hey, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Because you take a look at most of the leadership that we've got around here, and think if it came to bullets, how many of them would be gone? I mean, just split. Think of some of the guys over at the legislature, guys working over at the governor's office and stuff. You just know if it came to bullets, they'd take a knee on this. You know what I'm saying? What we need here is more guys like this guy who actually said yes. I said, I'm going to make you one of my chiefs of security. So when we do all of the things like here that Zelensky does out there, I need you by my side, heavily armed. And so we got a picture here. Tom Tomasiak. As you can see, he's got all of the required gear, including what looks like a military grade.
Oh man. Soldier of Fortune.
Exactly, yeah, Soldier of Fortune. That's the only thing he doesn't have is like the dark cami on his face.
He's like, I ain't got time to bleed.
No, yes. That's perfect. Okay, so I'm putting that together. That's all you need. Ismail online says, Ray, you don't need a gym. You just need fitness combat, whatever, workout.
You need some body combat, Ray.
I'm sorry.
There's a few ladies that could help you, man. But you got to wear colorful clothes.
We've talked about this before, and why it wouldn't be a good fit for me. Every once in a while somebody will say, "Man, you need to join us. We're going to go and hang out, do jujitsu. We're going to do, learn how to be grapplers or something like that." And I'm going, Yeah, the first couple of weeks, I think I just looked silly doing that, and I don't know that I could make it through that silly looking phase. It's like the reason why I never bought a Harley Davidson.
You want to hug tight, man.
Or anything like that is, I just got that feeling. And for the first couple of weeks, until I get my leathers and until I, get the ride kind of the way I want it to look, I think it just looked like one of those old wimps on bikes that you see. There he goes. That is it. Rite of passage for Ray Gibson. He's finally become one of those old farts on a motorcycle. Good job there, buddy. 8:33 in the morning. Montecillo Tyrant's got that last big look at news and headlines. If you're ready for it, let's go.
If you've ever dreamed of having a job as a prison guard, the Department of Corrections looking for at least 25 new officers. They'll hold a job fair this weekend at the Guam Premier Outlets. They ask anyone who wants to apply to come on down and get some information. It'll be at GPO. Bring your resume if you have one. They do have 15 people who are currently going through the system. They're set to graduate by the summertime. Meanwhile, DOE is also looking to fill about 200 teacher positions for their summer school program. They expect to have up to 6,000 registered students for the summer program. It'll run from June through July. DOE says if you're interested, you give them a call. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Okay, gotcha. Let me see. 8:34 in the morning, and it was originally a small problem, and I'm wondering if it got bigger. Docomo Pacific had some issues in the 7 o'clock hour with some electrical problems that were affecting internet and some of their connectivity in a variety of places. And it looks like it's happened again. And I'm sitting there looking at the gizmo thinking, oh, they're just going to switch over from generator power back to island power, and it's taking a whole lot longer. And so,
I know there's an outage affecting my area, my housing area, so it's down there. And so I put it on Facebook. I said, is anyone else feeling a service interruption? And I'm trying to call through, and their phone lines are down too. So
the phone lines are down. Well,
yeah. So I sent them a message on
internet lines.
Yeah. So I sent them a messenger on messenger requester. On Facebook, and they replied back that they have some power outages that are affecting their service. But they didn't indicate when that would be restored.
Did they give me permission to blame this on the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration?
I don't know.
I'm not happy unless I can do that. Come on. Did you see that bridge on the way to the Telefovo? Did you see that fall down? What did the Leon Guerrero Tenorio people not say that they were going to be looking out for the infrastructure of the people of Guam? And bang, all of a sudden, not even all the way through the year, the last year of their administration, and the bridge in Telefofo fell down.
Snails, Ray.
We will rebuild. Come on, it's 8:35 in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
Hey, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Howdy, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. I'm excited to announce 3 of my favorite flavors coming together. Honey, garlic, and butter. And we're putting them on my delicious KFC Extra Crispy Chicken for a limited time. Grab a bucket for the family or try them on my chicken strips. The new honey garlic butter chicken is now available at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger licking good.
I got it, 8:37 in the studio, and I feel awful. I had a couple of things lined up, and the phone's not working again, so it's just going to be me and Real Joe, butt jokes or something.
Surprise!
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I can do it. So what do we got to kill? An hour and a half or something like that? An hour and 20 minutes? I'm pretty sure I'm equal to it. Also positive that the phone lines might come back before too much longer. But in the meantime, I've had a few things lined up. We were going to talk with former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez at some point this morning. And the reason why I wanted to talk to him is because, number one, there is a story that is talking about a 52% increase in the number of potential tourists that can come to Guam. They keep track of all this. We know how many airplanes fly. We know what kind of airplanes they are, and we know how many chairs there are on these airplanes. It gives us a pretty good idea of how we might be able to determine, okay, this is the population of possible seats that are coming to Guam, and then work on how we're going to fill them. And there's some strategies and marketing things that they've got in there. And I'm absolutely delighted to see any increase. But year-over-year comparisons from the last 2 years, in my mind, are kind of meaningless because we've obviously seen higher numbers from our source markets in years past, pre-COVID years. And I'm hoping that it won't take very, very long to get back to that. But a conversation that, I didn't look at the number today. I think somebody on the YouTube side put it down there. And the yen up around 135, 140 yen to the dollar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking sweet, right?
Yeah, it would. So for me and you to go to Japan.
Yeah.
That would be okay for me and you to go to Japan because our dollar now buys more yen. In fact,
for them to come here.
For them to come here, the yen buys fewer dollars. So on top of all of the, and I'm sure that they've got their share of inflation in Japan as well. I'm sure that they've got those supply chain issues. They've got their own economies, but they've been hit by slowdowns and lockdowns because of COVID-19 as well. So I'm sure that they've got those kinds of issues that the consumers there have to deal with. So fingers crossed that it's going to come back, but we'll just have to watch and wait and see what happens with the rest of the global economy. I posted a picture earlier, and the reason why I brought up former Governor Gutierrez was I got a picture from Army Lynn. Apparently, GVB has helped out the Gold Star families. So I was going to ask him about that as well and put the picture up on the screen. In the meantime, you might be wondering, well, do you have any celebrities, Ray, that you might be able to put up on the screen? Somebody whose visage will entertain us. Why, yes. Here's Ken Leon Guerrero. There's Ken Leon Guerrero, ladies and gentlemen. Does that look like a Payless supermarket, Real Joe?
Yeah. It looks like the frozen food section. He's buying that frozen keto food.
Exactly. The Ken Leon Guerrero, Skinny Ken, walking around the frozen section over at Payless Market. Do you notice anything about Ken Leon Guerrero in this picture, Real Joe?
Yeah, he looks wired.
Well, he's always
he's not wearing a mask.
He's not wearing a mask. He's just free at last, Lord of mercy.
That was right before they tased him, Ray, and drug him out of the store.
Tased him, took him to ground, as they'll say in the magistrate report. We tased the man and took him to ground.
He was in a bladed stance.
We helped him fall on his face is how that works out. So anyway, the guy's walking around here. I haven't done as much of that as you might think. I'm the kind of guy that unless I've really, really got some kind of a plan, my job is to go home, and fix myself something to eat for lunch and then take a nap and wake up and start drinking beer or trying to figure out where I'm going to go drink beer. And then oftentimes, and I don't pay all that much attention recently, since the mask mandate has been lifted, honestly, I haven't been anywhere. I had an invitation to swing by the mall yesterday, but I had a contractor over at the house. He didn't wear a mask either because I'm doing some stuff. But I wasn't able to make it. There's a new place at the Micronesia Mall that folks are raving about. Hold on a second. I might even have some pictures of it to put up on the screen. Stand by. It is a place called Tiger Sugar. Tiger Sugar, new place at the mall. Yeah. It's I'm assuming it's one of these places where we got the sweet teas, the sweet milk teas, black
Snacks
sugar.
and stuff, probably.
They have bobas.
Oh,
they have bobas, pearl
Black
milk
balls.
with cream mousse, black sugar boba, pearl and tiger jelly milk with cream mousse, and a variety of all kinds of others. It's one of those kinds of places where when you go there, you order a drink and then they put this plastic seal over the top of that. And if you ask me, that might be the coolest thing ever. It has always been, and my daughter likes those kinds of drinks, so I'd always like go with. I don't personally buy them myself.
Yeah.
But I'm fascinated by the technology.
You go to watch the mechanics.
It's showtime. They're gonna put the little plastic thing on the, and then you're gonna poke the hole in it with the big fat straw, and it needs to be a big fat straw so you can suck those bobas up into your mouth with. Yeah. Try not to choke on those. Yeah. That might be my first experience with the boba. I remember getting one of those things, and I didn't know what I was doing, right? And so I take a big pull on the straw, and up into my mouth unexpectedly comes this thing that settles in the back of my throat. And I thought for just a moment that it was curtains for me. I thought, this is it. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
This is how you go, huh, Ray?
He choked on a boba.
Choked on a black ball.
That's what happened to the guy. There's the story of what happened to Ray Gibson. 888. Well, I was about to give the phone number. I cannot give the phone number at this time because the phone number at this time is offline. The Gizmo is trying to connect, but unfortunately, it is not being able to do that. So that means, as you might have surmised, it's going to be just blathering for until we get things going again. I keep telling you about how excited I am about how the island seems to be coming back, and it's true. I guess more to the point when I was talking about Kenley and Guerrero and walking around. I didn't have a chance to walk around the mall, but I'd like to. Maybe today, tomorrow, I'll swing by the mall. I need new shoes, A. B, there's always something beyond the box that I want. But I want to see what the population is looking like. Just regular old people walking around. I mean, how many of them are wearing the beards? There's at least one guy on the internet that was trolling me, I think. He was trolling me, trying to get me to jump into his thing, talking about how, it's beautiful to see people still wearing their masks. Yeah, because that shows how much they care for themselves and their families and even strangers. That's how you know that they love all of the people that they're surrounded by. Not those selfish people like Ray Gibson that takes off the mask the first second they get and just walks around and breathes on everybody. Isn't it just beautiful to see all of these people still wearing their masks out of love and compassion for their fellow man? That was, if you ask me, the first of the cell lines of COVID-19 that came out. First, there was the fear porn of COVID-19. Do you remember?
Oh, I love the porn.
We'll see more casualties from COVID-19 than we saw during the entirety of the Second World War. And you know what? It didn't happen. 300 and some. Always sad. Folks with comorbidities. That they knew, people knew already that folks of a certain age, folks with certain ailments, were going to be targets for COVID-19. You did what you did, and that was as good as it could get. They came out with the fear, and then because of the magic of COVID-19, where you could have it and not know it, everybody got to wear a mask. Everybody got to do this, not for yourself. Because you could have this and not know and spread it to somebody unless you've got one of these magic masks on your face that will prevent you from spreading COVID to the next person. And if he's got a mask on, well, he's less likely to be able to spread COVID-19. So if we loved one another as Jesus taught us, then we'll wear our masks. And sure enough, there were a whole bunch of people came out and bought that. I remember there was a bunch of, among the very first of the great COVID-19 commercials to come out of the administration. That was one of them. Got a bunch of guys, doctors, and everything, and they're standing up talking about masking up for family, masking up for friends, mask up for Guam. Come on, show your stuff. I never quite bought that, and so as people are walking around grocery stores and department stores with their masks still on, I make one of a couple of different assumptions. The first one is out of a benefit of the doubt. Out of an assumption of a significant benefit of the doubt, I will look at somebody with a mask and say, they're sick. Maybe that's what it is, or they've got somebody at the house, old mom or dad or something like that, and they just used to wearing the mask all the time, and that's one of them. Then the other one is I will see people and I'm going, nah, they're virtue signaling. That's all they're doing. They're just it's soy boys. It's a guy with a mask and capri pants. Definitely
Soy
virtue
latte.
signaling. That's what's going. I'd like a soy latte. Can I have with boba? Is it okay if I have the thing with the boba? 888-825. I'm going to give the phone number anyway because you never know. Maybe if you just called in, it would work. So items on the table of contents. I think I've chewed through most of this already, but it's still interesting to take a look and make sure that I do because I put an incredible amount of work in prepping for the program. GVB, like I said, 52% more seats on the way. Maybe some other good news coming out of Japan before too much longer. And then I wanted to talk to Bob Klitsky about this, but we were running short of time in the hour. And it has to do with a get-together that we're all going to have on the 12th of May. Do you know what is the 12th of May?
Oh, that's your birthday.
No, my birthday is the May 11th.
Oh, I keep getting it wrong.
No, it's okay.
I'm close. I'm getting there, man.
I know.
I'll get this by tomorrow.
What somebody has referred to as my gender reveal party, and I'm not sure why.
We'll find out what
trust
you
me.
are, Ray.
It's whatever. Wouldn't it be interesting though? Be unlikely as hell, but wouldn't it be interesting if on the occasion of my 60th birthday, I've spent the last 60 years being a guy. I think what I'd like to do now.
Oh wow, Ray. The ratings would go way up, Ray.
Oh, see, scared now to start talking like that. Where was I?
I like it, man.
It could be a thing.
Let's do this.
Like
Ray.
a special radio promotion.
I support you.
Ray Gibson with boobs. That's it.
I support you, man.
First thing, 8:49 in the morning. No, on the 12th of May. And I swear I will find some time in the next couple of days to go through the 100 or so pages. That is the Cannabis Control Board rules and regulations as promulgated by people like Vanessa Williams and what's his name, Will Parkinson was in there.
Fat book, man. John Savares. And
So, yeah, what you got, though, was the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
The first, 60 pages of that you can jettison. It's all just it's just paperwork.
You're right.
It's just paperwork, administrative stuff. The real guts of it are the chapter and verse. And I want to say, like I said, that's only about 100 pages. And the problem is I'm going to read through the thing and see if there's anything in there that annoys me. I'm mostly concerned, and I haven't gotten to this yet. Mostly concerned about what we've got for marketing of the cannabis. I have not been there yet. James Howard, maybe you've seen it. Obviously, we shouldn't market to children.
No? Oh, yeah, you're right, Ray.
Yeah, I got to be over 21.
Their brains are not developed yet.
Yeah.
And
So
bad.
we're not gonna have the Guam marijuana version of Spuds McKenzie or Joe Camel or something like that. Although it would be great to bring them back.
Oh.
Yeah. Ooh, there it is. All right, here's your assignment. Everybody in the green room. Everybody in the green room on the YouTube live. Here's your assignment. If we were allowed to market to kids, what would the mascot be for your particular brand of marijuana?
That would appeal to the child in you.
Exactly. So
Joe Camel,
I want to see what they've got about that. Somebody's talking about Ray
I like
Debbie
the
Gibson.
Kool-Aid guy, Ray.
Yeah, build it correctly and they will come. Ismail says Jenner. Thanks, Chong, says Booney Dog tomorrow. Hava Tong Baraklin, sorry, only allow 200 words or spaces to comment, so it's broken up. No, that's okay. Classes and Aspire School. There will be no Aspire this afternoon. Buses will be at the school campuses at 8:30. Well, it's after that, around there now. Parents and guardians are encouraged to pick up their kids by the designated dismissal time. Also, looking at this, classes in Aspire will resume at Harry S. Truman School and Southern High School tomorrow. They got weird water issues down there. So what is that? Docomo's having problems with the power, and folks down there are having problems with
how's
getting
your water
in the
pressure,
school.
man?
Water pressure is really good, because I steal it from my neighbors.
Oh.
And it kind of shotguns.
I've been showering with a bucket.
Shotguns into the house.
Power, huh?
So yeah.
Power, huh?
I'm working on power. I'm working on lifting the neighbor's power. Problem is they're outside a lot. It's hot these days, so they spend a lot of time, in the back kitchen and everything. So they can see me coming around. Wonder how often that happens while I'm thinking about it. Guam Department of Education. Okay, I've already read all that. These are people, Lou Mendiola says, that are scared to die, still wearing the mask everywhere. Booney Dog says, in the old days, if inflation hits the globe, the safe bet was yen, but not anymore. Things are changing around. The question, and I hope that we will soon be able to find Phil Flores. He's running an ad for Bank Pacific, and every time I hear the ad, it kind of gets me thinking. And he's running an ad basically saying that they're lifting the interest rates are going up. Because the Fed, right? The interest rates are going up. I think there's another one like it's in any minute now. They're going to be kicking up the prime again, and that means when we go out to get the car, when we go out to get the mortgage, the student loans, or whatever it is, we are going to be seeing higher and higher interest rates, and they believe that will kind of help tamp some of the inflation that we've got here. So. And then the other party says, okay, now's a good time to refi. Refi your property while the interest rates are still relatively low. And one of the other things is, did you notice, and unless you think about it and check every once in a while, there's a really, really good chance that whatever property that you own right now has the value of it has gone up significantly. Every once in a while, there'll be somebody printing something in the newspaper with Cisco Hutapea that's talking about the increase in the price of properties, single-family dwellings, that kind of thing. The price of just dirt that has gone up incredibly in this town, just because. Supply and demand, there's not a whole people that have got the supply. So if you want to make some money, go and refinance at the low rates that we've got. And then while you're there, say, hey, listen, when I bought this house, it was worth $150,000. I had it appraised because you got to do that to get a loan. I had the house appraised, and now it's worth $500,000. Do you think, Phil, I might be able to get some of that equity out of here and turn that into some kind of cash? Sure could use it. Need to put a new paint job. Need to paint the roof of the house because it's 100 degrees in the house during the middle of the day. And the answer on that is, I believe, from Phil is going to end up being yes. But I don't want to speak for him. So I want to get him on the line and explain a little bit more about how that process is going to work over at Bank Pacific. And then we'll just see how it goes. Let me see here. We're looking at some of the comments here. When you sail back, the letters are smaller on this particular screen than what I'm used to, so it takes me a second to read some of the comments. That's all right. We'll get through all of this together. 8:55 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. So we got that particular deal. And something that caught my interest, it's been in the newspaper for the last several days, is and it was Dave Alcorn that found it for me and said, you need to talk about this on the radio the next chance you get. And I did. Because I thought it was an interesting prospective opportunity for some of the young people that we've got in this town. And so the question is, has anybody, do you know anybody that has gone down and signed up with the Norwegian Cruise Line people? They're here. Yeah. The Norwegian, I'm not sure if I'm looking in the right paper for the deal, but they took out an ad or two or three between now and, I want to say, Wednesday late in the month. There it is. Norwegian Cruise Line, on-the-spot interviews, curious about working on a cruise ship. We invite you to come and meet our shipboard recruiters who will conduct interviews and share information about the latest crew opportunities on board the MS Pride of America.
Yeah.
Hey, Pride, do you think there might be a big rainbow on the thing? Just curious. It's my mind closes on this kind of thing. They are at the Westin Resort. And are there. Today is Thursday, so they will start seeing people starting in a couple of minutes at 9 o'clock in the morning. We scan for more information. We look forward to meeting you at the thing. So interview between now and May 18th, every day except Sunday over at the Westin Resort. And I am fascinated by things like this. I'm a little bit too old to be making changes, kind of fast changes to my career, right? It's like the gender reveal party.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, a little bit too late in the game for me to make
the ship's doctor.
Kind of an arbitrary decision on this. I want to be a bartender in every bar they've got in the place. That's what I want to do, and just listen to people tell their stories. And I'll write songs about them like Billy Joel did in the 1970s. Sorry, just too much going on in my brain now. Norwegian Cruise Lines. I don't think you need to speak Norwegian to work there. But it reminds me, it's not the first time they've done something like this, but it reminds me of back in the day in the 80s. There was a family of tuna boat people. Do you remember the tuna boats, real Joe?
The Z,
yeah,
right? The Z Best.
Zwanich, Z Best Tuna, and it was Lawrence Zwanich and his wife.
There was parties, Ray.
Oh, my God. Oh, those were just reckless. There was sin there, man. I'm sure there was an incredible amount of sin going on. They'd like invite a girl, and then they'd say, invite 20 of your other girlfriends. We'd like to introduce them to the sailors. And all the sailors were, south of the border kind of guys, all named Ramirez or Lopez or something like that. And they were all better looking than you, is in my recollection. I'd go to some of those boat parties and feel like an ugly duckling because you get all these guys, they all look like Menudo.
Handsome dudes.
Exactly. But they hired from Guam. There were guys from Guam that were hired that went to go and live and work on these tuna boats, and they'd be gone for a long, long time. And I remember one of them, Steven Kasperbauer from Lupang Beach Club. Steve Kasperbauer is one of those guys, and that was one of the things that he did. We were all kids out of high school and looking for fun and adventure, so he signed up with them and got, if you talk to him enough about it, some incredible adventure in his life. And some very harrowing experiences involving tunas with sharp beaks that are frozen and slippery, and you got to be careful, otherwise you're going to have the sharp part of the tuna in a part of your body that you might want to use later in your life, or getting stuck in the freezer section of the boat. Just an interesting time. And so I'm thinking, for some of our younger kids out there, how much fun it would be. I mean, clearly not as dangerous as being on a working tuna boat. But how much fun it would be to be a part of a cruise line, sail around the world, meet some really, really interesting people, get drunk with them, and then find out if it's true what happens on the MS Pride of America stays on the MS Pride of America. Wouldn't you like to know? Hey, it's 8:59 and change. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up here in just a couple of minutes, and we'll see if we might be able to get things reset and reconfigured so I'm not hemming and hawing and blathering for the last hour of the program. Stick around, Brown. Fox News Live in seconds, right here.
A plan. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden outlines his strategy to ease the deficit and bring down inflation.
President Biden says the pandemic recovery is boosting job growth, raising revenues, and bringing down deficits.
I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra-MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency. I want to hear about helping ordinary people.
In remarks here at the White House, the president singled out plans from Florida Republican Rick Scott and pressed for Democratic-backed legislation to raise taxes on corporations and the wealthy. Inflation and bringing down costs is likely to be a top issue for voters in the fall. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The Fed taking action to ease inflation, raising its benchmark interest rate by a 0.5 percentage point.
Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing. And we're moving expeditiously to bring it back down.
Chair Jerome Powell, the Fed also said it'll start reducing its huge $9 trillion balance sheet made up mainly of Treasury and mortgage bonds. The Maine Athletic Association for High Schools in Georgia has voted to ban transgender athletes from playing on school sports teams matching their gender identity, as a new Fox poll looks at how people feel about gender instruction in school.
Using Florida's law that bans discussion of gender identity and sexual orientation before fourth grade as a model, 55% of voters say they favor it, while 41% do not. Republicans are most adamant against it at 72%. Catholics and Hispanics follow, with each group showing 6 in 10 believe third grade and younger is too early for sex and gender talk.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Fire crews in New Mexico continue to battle the largest wildfire in the country. It's burned hundreds of square miles. Thousands of homes have been evacuated. America is listening to Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
The State Department says Secretary of State Antony Blinken has tested positive for COVID after attending the White House Correspondents Association dinner and related events over the weekend. State regulators in Texas are warning power companies to ready themselves for an expected heat wave this weekend that could place high demand on the state's power grid.
The Electric Reliability Council of Texas is telling each and every power plant and line operator in the state they better be able to handle increased demand this weekend when temperatures are expected to soar to triple digits.
That's putting everybody on notice that we're going to need every megawatt hour we can get, crank it up. We're going to need you.
Doug Lewin of Texas-based Stoic Energy Consulting. The regulators came under fire last year during a winter storm when parts of the state's electric grid failed, leaving whole communities without heat and resulting in deaths. Eben Brown, Fox News.
New York's Attorney General says the company behind the TurboTax tax filing program will pay $141 million to customers across the United States who were deceived by misleading promises of free tax filing services. Under the terms of the settlement signed by the Attorneys General of all 50 states, Intuit will suspend TurboTax's free ad campaign and pay restitution to nearly 4.4 million taxpayers. A special day for fans of a movie that continues its impact on popular culture from 1977 to today.
It's 5/4/2022. You know what that means. It's Star Wars Day, May the 4th, which sounds a lot like May the Force be with you. To explain, we go to Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi.
The Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
Star Wars isn't just the 12 films. It's an entire story that also spans books.
Fox's Eamon Dignam. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
This Mother's Day, spoil your mom by giving her what she really wants. Come into GTA today and get mom a new smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month. That's not only a savings of $360 a year, it's also unlimited talk, text, data, and in case that's not enough, while supplies last, get a free $200 Visa gift card with your purchase. If she didn't have a favorite before, she will now. Terms and conditions apply. See store for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with mom.
Portions of the Raymond Gibson Show here being brought to you by the guys over at, where's this? American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by my friends over at Chili's. Hold on just 1 second because I want to give you an idea of what you are in store for tonight over at Chili's. It's Cinco de Mayo. Actually, I don't think you have to wait until tonight. Charlene, what time do we open? What time is the Chili's open today? go in there. It's Cinco de Mayo. There's a brand new drink. They invented, this concoction just for you. I'm burping like I drank it. It is called the Pica Mango Margarita. A little bit of salt around the rim, and it's got just enough pica in there to wake up your taste buds and get them ready to be washed and refreshed with a mango juice, and then all of the other parts of the concoction that make it so good. We recommend that you try that, and we recommend that you try it with magnification time popcorn shrimp for just $10. So $5.50 for the drink, $10 for the food, and then you are all taken care of. What a great way to start your Cinco de Mayo at Chili's today.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Nice. It's 8 after 9 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what happened, but looks like we've got phone lines back, at least for now. Thanks very much, Sean and the boys over at Docomo. Everybody's having some kind of a technical glitch somewhere. We are starting in a glitch zone on this program, not on Facebook Live today, on YouTube. The word I got from the developer is sometimes it may take up to 48 hours to get somebody's attention to kick the pig over on the Facebook side. So there's a very, very good chance that we might have to do this, that we will have to do this afternoon with Tall Tales, as well as tomorrow on the Ray Gibson Show. But any screen, anytime, you can watch this on Facebook Live. You'll be able to watch this, or I'm sorry, YouTube Live. You'll be able to watch us on ThePOINT.gu. And some of the visuals that I've got available to me while the news was playing, I put up a visual of Tom Tomasiak in sniper mode.
Yeah.
Nice picture. Might put that up again. And I put this graphic up on the screen. It wasn't that long ago, 9 after 9. And there's a really, really good chance that on a computer on Charlie Hermosa's desk, you might see exactly the same thing. Now the graphic here is an image of the east coast of China. And there are all kinds of, kind of almost in the shape of a dragon, there are all of these little dots. I mean, it looks like there's a gillion of these little dots out there. Those dots all represent ships, as in shipping line companies and cargo container ships and things like that. It's monstrous what I'm looking at, Charlie Hermosa. Any idea how many ships there might be laying off the coast of China right now?
I think hey, good morning, Ray.
Good morning.
And good morning, Real Joe. And I think one of the numbers that we heard last week was a little bit over, at one point, it was a little bit of over 500 ships loitering throughout that area.
That's an insane amount. Is that just around Shanghai? Is it Shanghai, Beijing, all the other ports?
Yeah, so primarily, everything sort of started in Shanghai, and then it sort of crippled to the other southern ports. And one of the things that we saw a lot of the shippers doing were, obviously reacting to the lockdown in Shanghai. Yeah. They just started going to different ports. Remember, on our last conversation, I said, well, it's almost like waves, right? You kind of see like, oh, wait, this thing's closed. Let me go up into another route. And so they started going to Ningbo and other ports, but they started turning them around. So it created a huge backlog of containers coming into the port, not getting in, and they're just trying to get situated right now. So I think that's
so we're talking about choking in both directions. So some of these aren't empty ships coming to pick up cans to go to America. They are also full ships that are trying to drop off goods, supplies, whatever, into China.
Correct. Yeah, both ways. Not just. I mean, there's a lot of raw materials. There's actually a lot of supplies going into China. just to support their own internal supply lines. So, yeah, it's pretty massive. It's pretty massive. I mean, understanding the lockdown of 40 million plus people is just unbelievable.
Oh, unfathomable. The stories that we're hearing coming out of China. Feel terrible for is Taiwanese that are living in China that cannot get out. There are no flights leaving, and they're not going to be able to get on any of those ships and go back to Taiwan. And remarkably close to each other in some places. Just fascinating what we're seeing here, and the additions now to the problems of the supply chain that are hurting worldwide. And I don't know when these lockdowns in China are going to end. They're on this zero COVID thing. And like when we'd freak out if we had like 25 or 30 people getting COVID-19, but that's Guam with a population of 150 some odd thousand people. In China, millions and millions of people, and they're freaking out because they got 60 new cases the other day.
No, absolutely. And I think, when we looked at it initially, when we were coming out of the, the New Year's, everybody was kind of looking at, okay, first, second quarter, things will start getting, at that point, Russia didn't go into Ukraine yet. So that was a little bit of a snowball. I mean, the Russian invading Ukraine, and then you have a China lockdown. I mean, this thing's going to, right now for the foreseeable future, this thing's not looking too good. But the one thing that you have seen in the markets is that some of the retailers are reporting a slowdown in sales online. So,
because there's nothing to buy. There's nothing to buy. I can't tell you how many times I go to Amazon and I go, yep, that's exactly what I want, and it'll take me through a process that says, well, we'll let you know when it's in stock. You're good. Thank you very much for your purchase. It's not available right now, but we'll let you know when it's in stock, and we'll go ahead and consummate the transaction then. Just absolutely amazing. So there was a theory that was floating around that was one of the ways that inflation would self-correct. At some point, you either don't have the money to buy the gizmo if it's out there, or there's not going to be a gizmo, or people will hold off on purchases, understanding that there's a possibility that the price is going to go down, and that will cool down a little bit of that inflation. But while we're looking at things like this and numbers, you just kind of sort of say, well, when will the supply lines unchoke? When will they be able to start moving things up?
Yeah, I mean, from a personal perspective, that's one of the angles that I'm looking at things. Things on the tech side, whether it's computers and some of those things, and the prices have gone up. I recently came back from San Francisco and stopped in at Best Buy, and one, you're right. I mean, the store was pretty bare. I mean, 30-40% of the computers, they didn't have anything on stock. Yep. They were waiting for a shipment. And obviously I understood what they were talking about, but I sort of took the position like, well, maybe wait it out for a couple of weeks, couple of months to see if the prices start coming down. I mean, we're heading into the summer season, back to school sales. That's my train of thought right now. So I'm sort of holding back on purchasing anything that I probably would have purchased blinded, on Amazon or anything like that. I'm just kind of looking and seeing exactly where this is going to sort of settle out. So I don't know if people are looking at it that way as well.
I don't know. I've gotten into compulsive buying. Just if it's available, I'm going to buy it. This is a Guam mentality, and you have to be raised on Guam to understand this. The deal is, if you see something in a store today that you want, buy it right now, because it ain't going to be there tomorrow. And the rule is, anything that comes in a set, if it comes in a set, buy it now. Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, buy all 3 right now, because there's a very good possibility that when you come back for it, the second volume or the third volume is not going to be there. That's the kind of the Guam mentality. And so I'm online, and I'm trying to figure out whether I need 1, 2, or 3 regulators for gas grills. And so at the end of the day, I just bought all 3. I didn't want to have to decide on anything. If they were available, it cost the same to ship if you buy 1 than if you buy 3. So I said, I'll get all 3 and stick them in the same box, and I'll be all right. So there's that's floating around. When it comes to this kind of golly, it almost looks like a blockade out of China. But when it comes to this kind of stacking of all of these ships, is there a kind of triage? Is there somebody that will look and say, okay, that ship over there has food and medicine, let that one in first?
Well, there is. I mean, especially when it comes to cargo that's life-saving cargo, right? Medicine. But still, when you look at all the ships, they're all pretty much carrying some of the same cargo, unless there's a big cargo with a big cross on the side. Yeah. Everybody's sort of playing in the same sandbox. So the reality is that right now it's first come first serve, based on the port specifically. Like when you look at China, first come first serve type. The reality now, as you get closer to the West Coast, that's a little different. As you get to the West Coast, definitely priorities put on, the U.S. flagships coming in, obviously medicine and all those type of requirements. And those things are worked out prior to the ships actually getting in there, right? So it's not something that they pull in and then they call up and say, hey, by the way, I'm waiting in line here. Can you kind of sneak me in? I mean, that coordination is it's done well beyond the ships coming in close to the port.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, they've got some other infrastructure issues that they've got to deal with once they get out there. And you'll recall this conversation that we started. It's almost been a year now. One of the bigger problems that they had was, number one, the Secretary of Transportation was out pretending to be a mommy, and that, the lack of any kind of adult supervision on what was going on in transportation in and out of the United States was a big concern. Nobody was at the federal steering wheel while all of this stuff was happening. And then we get into issues with the cost of fuel going up, which drives the cost of delivery, whether you're in land or at sea. Those costs are going up. And I'm wondering, at which point does it become uncomfortable to be a truck driver?
Yeah, and if you look at the numbers right now, so if you look at the truck cargo index, in the peak months of where the amount of money that the truckers were asking for was, I think in early January, February, it was just, it skyrocketed. It's starting to come down now. So the capacity, truckers are leveling out the prices. And that was one of the big drivers that sort of hit us, right? So, a lot of our customers were asking, why did the rates go, sky high? And a lot of them were related to intermodal, whether it was rail, trucking, and you had no other option. I mean, you had to pay what they were requesting, or the container just sat there. So I think that, at least in the mainland, it's leveling out. We're trying to get a better handle on getting more truckers and more truckers on being able to pull the containers and so forth. So we started to see a little bit of an uptick there on the prices sort of leveling out, but they're still somewhat high. So, well, I haven't looked at diesel, but West Texas is back up around $107, $108 a barrel. So you got that. Any bunker fuel that's going into any of the ships that are out there these days, you better hope that is a brand new and most efficient ship they've ever built in the history of the world. Otherwise, you're going to be paying some significant fuel surcharges in places. You got new ships, right? Oh yeah. I mean, most of the ships that are coming out from our fleet are LNG. So good timing. Obviously the. Oh, really? No, I didn't know that. We weren't able to go on that luncheon that Carl wanted to send me on. So I didn't realize that a lot of those ships that you guys are running are liquid natural gas. Yep. So the newer, we made a commitment, to sort of the maritime community that, going into the next 10, 20, 30 years, obviously environmentally free is the key word. So. The newer ships that are coming out, I think we have the last 3 or 4 ships that have come out. They're all LNG capable. So good timing. These are larger class ships. I mean, they carry almost close to. Well, of course, the LNGs. As soon as people realize that you can use LNG and put it in a ship and locomotions and whatever, they're going to say, "Hey, we need to make this higher priced." 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning. My very close friend, personal friend, Charlie Hermosa on the line, and sometimes in one of the conversations that we have, we think about how to get things from point A to point B, and you got trucks and you got trains and you got ships, but there's also a thing called airplane travel. You can get the goods bundled up in a LD7 and stick it on an airplane and send it to someplace. So you guys can accommodate those shippers as well. But even there, one of the problems that I understand that they're beginning to run into in the United States is now that people are traveling again and not using the plane so much for cargo, you're running into supply issues on the planes, on cargo planes, and pilots. Yeah, no, we're seeing that as well. One of the initiatives that we took on about a year ago from, obviously everybody sees us or, our current company as a shipping, but we also had to pivot. We didn't want to stay static. So we actually went out. I think we're almost close to, we're close to we purchased 8 777 cargo planes. So we have a CMA, CGM Air. And one of the things that we wanted to get into was that cargo space because of that fact. We knew that the pent-up demand in travel is going to happen. The capacity is going to start going down. And as you mentioned, most of those domestic routes that were open and they were, free to carry cargo are now diminishing because, I mean, those flights in the mainland are packed like there's not one seat open. They're packed. And, again, so that lowers the capacity. So, again, that's going to tweak the air capacity, and that's going to be another angle as far as, now how we're going to move the cargo within, point A to point B. So
I'll talk about that in just a second. Interesting national story I wanted to bring up on the radio. 9:22. Listen, I'm going to let you get back to the drone business and the American President Lines business. You and I need to tip a beer soon.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Sorry I missed the opportunity last night. I know where you were and who you were with, and other accommodations were made, but we'll get together sometime soon.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, buddy. Charlie Hermosa from APL on the line. 9:22, we were talking. The last part of the conversation had to do with airplane pilots and the like. Real Joe, you gonna get on an airplane soon?
Oh, I'm hoping.
Yeah, whatever.
Maybe August.
Yes,
I'm looking forward to that. August.
I'm still waiting. I got a buddy of mine from here, but he's in the Philippines now, and he says, "Dude, it's open. Manila is open. You need to come out. There's shopping, there's dining." And I said, "But I'm not vaccinated." He says, "Yeah, that still could be a problem because there are places where you will want to go in Manila, and they'll say." Sir, ma'am, can I see your vaccine card? Oops. Now I get from a couple of other people. I get they give me this. Hey, Ray, don't worry about it. I know a guy, and we'll get you a thing that will get you past this door or the other. I don't know. But I still in my head trying to figure out where I'm going to go. Maybe the first of the region. I know I'm not going far. I know I'm not going to go far. I don't like to get on airplane rides any longer than about 4 hours. There's nothing in the mainland that I want to do. There's nobody in Hawaii. Now, I've got a childhood buddy lives in L.A., Kiki, and I'd love to hang out with him again. But, frankly, I've gone to see him a dozen times. He needs to fly out and see me. Nothing really that I want to do in Hawaii that I can't do here for cheaper, right? Oh, let's go to the beach in Hawaii. No, it's cold. We can go to the Walmart in Hawaii. Come on, really? Really? That's a whole big idea. Go to Walmart. But they say, and you're talking about, June, July, August, something like that.
Yeah,
the
August,
summer plans may be at the mercy of somebody to fly the plane, as airlines predict the most profitable summer ever. There's a massive pilot shortage, and that could mean higher prices and more cancellations for customers. The U.S. will lose about half of its pilots to retirement in the next 15 years. They have been saying that for the last 15 years. Fewer pilots will mean fewer flights, which will likely lead to pricing spikes. A multitude of factors are driving the shortage. Thousands of pilots chose early retirement at the beginning of the pandemic. Commercial pilots have to retire at 65. That's the FAA. There's a flight instructor shortage for the major airlines, and you know what? Pilots are just tired. And Pilots Union for Southwest Airlines recently told the company's executive that fatigue, both acute and cumulative, has become Southwest Airlines' #1 safety threat. I want to get on an airplane and know that the guy is, how long have you been tired? 20 years. You've been tired.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
For 20 years. They say you can sleep in this chair.
Autopilot.
I've never been able to. 9:25. Who's on the phone? Who's calling in now?
We've got Dr. Ron McNitch on line 2, and we have Jim on line 1.
Decisions.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Who's been on hold longest? That's usually the way to do it.
Okay, Jim has.
Jim has? Okay, so
Yeah,
we'll go to
like a minute.
Dr. McNitch will come your way in just a second, but Jim's been on hold longer than anybody else, and that means he gets to go first. Buenos, then Holiday Jim.
Bro.
Hey, can I ask you a question unrelated to anything that's probably in your head right now?
Sure.
What was the first record album you ever bought? I mean, your own money. You mowed yards and washed mom and dad's car, and they gave you money, and you could go to the record store and buy any piece of vinyl you wanted. Do you remember what your first record album was?
Van Halen. What was it? Screaming at the Devil or
Running with the Devil.
Running with the Devil? Yeah.
Oh my God! How old are you? Dude, I was.
You and I are about the same age.
Yeah. Well, I started buying record albums back in. I'd go to Mark's department store, and I had them put on layaway a copy of Elton John's "Goodbye Yellow Brick Road" album, the double album.
March's department store. Holy crap! That's a long time ago, bro.
Mark's department store. You can smell it. You can smell it. It smells like Rexall, because they had the same.
It smells like Rexall, and you used to get the little Pez candies at the counter.
Yeah, we were little kids. Me and big sister Shelley and Mark and Paul Shims, we all kind of grew up in the same area, and we'd kind of walk and stroll up and down the road. And there was a lot to do in Agana back in those days. Like I said, you had Mark's department store over here, and the Acme store way down there, and then in between was Luan's big little store with the big bargains.
Right? Yeah, big bargains. But back then, man, if you were in Agana, that's kind of where everything was at, and then everything else was just like the kind of like in betweens,
Oh, I loved it. No, I loved it. So yeah, there was Agana and then Tamuning. Yep. And nothing happened everywhere else. Everything else was in a bedroom community. As people slept there, that's where they lived, but that's not necessarily where you went for any kind of serious action. And then a little bit more Anigua down in that direction. Now there's some crazy places down there
we had a few places down by the base, but just like right outside that area.
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay, look, if you're going, Mom and Dad used to say, okay, we're going to go to town. So
we're going to town. What is the name?
We were either going to go to Agana or we were going to go down towards Tumon.
Yeah. What was the name of? It's right outside the main gate at Anderson. I'm not Anderson, but a big name is a hamburger and beer joint. Just north of Taco Bell. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh hell.
Somebody's typing it. I'm looking to see if I got somebody typing it in.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm having a senior moment, man.
Can I tell you the little notes? I've never been inside that building. I've never been inside. Born and raised 1962. I turned 18 in May of 1980. And you would think that at some point, somewhere along the lines, me and my buddies would have gone in there and seen what it was all about. But I have never, ever eaten. They tell me that some of the best burgers are available in that joint, but I wouldn't know. I'll tell you another place I've never been in. You know that the little bar? It's had 1,000 different names. Directly across from, not the catty corner to the Kipua statue. It's the white building. Same block as the Bang of Guam. At the end of Route 4. Is that 4?
Well, now, see, you're getting into some territory there where I'm a little bit unfamiliar because Dad was in the Navy, and during that period of time when I turned old enough to drink, you remember when a lot of the places changed the drinking age from 21 back to 18?
No, I don't remember ever having to worry about.
We were stationed in California at that time.
Oh, so yeah. No, here it was always 18 until it wasn't.
My early clubbing teen days are not so much from Guam. The only thing that when we came back, the big hangout used to be Tahiti Rama, but
Hey, something trauma.
Yep. drama, you name it.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic. Great memories. What is it? They're saying where Taco Bell is now. No, the building's still there. Sumai Pub and Grill, says Herms. He says, Sumai Pub and Grill, really good burgers there. Bob Bartonico says, Uncle Bob's Watering Hole. Outside of Navy, I think it was A&W. I don't know that was A&W. The building that was A&W turned into a funeral parlor, and they knocked it down for another one of these dialysis centers. Because
I don't think that building's even there anymore. It's gone.
The old A&W?
Yeah.
No, it's been gone for a couple of years now. Yeah. That with about a year, they knocked it down to take the old. Golly, it used to be a jeans store. And turn that into a dialysis center, because we're so healthy here on Guam. Anyway, I'm sorry to trip down memory lane. What do you want to talk about for real?
Well, no, I was just wondering. I wanted to make sure I got my information and my memories right. A few years ago, Department of Homeland Security gave all of the communications companies, GTA, Docomo, IT&E, gave everybody like millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars for infrastructure upgrade and for hardening. You remember that?
No.
No?
No.
Don't remember that?
Blind spot. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure here because I'm fixing to call my congressman and complain. This complete outage of Docomo this morning, no internet, no phone service, no nothing, due to what they're saying is a unscheduled power outage. They were given millions and millions of dollars for infrastructure hardening and upgrades. And you telling me that they didn't even put a backup generator on who's supposed to be, according to them anyway, the biggest and the best service provider on Guam for news, information,
I think
telephone
I think they've
service,
got. I think they've got what I'm not a mechanic. I'm not a generator guy, but I think they've got what I always refer to as a big ass generator behind the building. It is also. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten to the ground on this yet. My concerns were it knocked our phone system off for a couple of times for about an hour, and that's not good for talk radio. However, having said that,
we're still down over here in Manila. We don't have nothing over here in Manila, bro.
yeah. So I don't know. There's in the cable business, and it's all cable or fiber or something like that now. There's places up and down the Cascade. And sometimes, there's a power supply out there somewhere, and it loses the power, and everything after that goes away. And it sounds like that's what's happening in Manila. Mana said that she was experiencing difficulties in the Cañada Toto area. So I don't know exactly where the break is or how they could prevent something like that from happening. And that's not me. That's not me covering over for. Look, we were off the air for golly, what was it, 5 hours last week? And I've got a big ass generator, but as it turns out, one of the fan belts came loose in between maintenance calls, and it wouldn't last any longer than about 45 minutes. And not much can be done if to get the thing going once it's at a thermal.
Yep. No,
we're all susceptible.
Once the generator ships down, overheat, then it takes hours for it to cool back down.
But the difference is I didn't get millions of dollars from Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, I think GTA actually even filed an official grievance and maybe even some kind of a lawsuit because they said Docomo got more than everybody else did or something.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I'll have to, I got a buddy that's kind of still sort of in the telecom industry. He can tell me if there's anything to that. But I hear it. Grievance has been noticed, sir.
Welcome to the information technology age. They can't even make it. They can't even make it reliable to use it, especially if you need to use the telephone.
Here's a thing. And you might. I'm looking for a silver lining here. Is you're not a 13-year-old kid. Can you imagine? I mean, a 13-year-old kid, no access to the internet. There's nothing else to do. They don't know how to read anymore, so I don't know. Talk to you pretty soon, Jim. Mac, I'll just call you Jimbo. I like that name better. Booney Dog Online says, Raymond, switch to GTA. GTA and landline works regardless of power. Just make sure that you've got corded lines. We'd recently had an opportunity to upgrade the alarm system. And the guy comes over and he says, I've got this, and I'm going to install it here. Where's the nearest phone jack? And I said, bro, this is a totally digital operation. There is no phone jack here. There's no copper pair here in this radio station. I said, well, how are we going to be able to notify you if there's, somebody's breaking in the building? And I said, give me a system that runs on the internet because I got plenty of internet in this building. I've got a couple of different services, one with Docomo and one with IT&E. So I've got the backup going. He says go with GTA. And I've got that's what I've got at the house, just for proximity's sake. I mean, you look at all the different deals. The reason why I went with GTA is because there is, I forget what they call it, but they've got this. There's a box Within literally 100 yards of my house is a box. And in that box has got everything that they need to make it so that I've got very, very good high-speed internet. And it's got a big-ass generator that's attached to that as well. So even when, in fact, it's on somebody's property, which is annoying because when the power goes out, that was the deal that they made with GTA for the space. Is they said, can you hook up the generator to our house too? And so when there's no power at my house, their lights are on and their video karaoke is going on all night long as well. In 9:36 in the morning, quick break, and we'll come back and find out what the first record was that Ron McNinch ever bought.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Thank you so much. 9:37, time to sell a car. What kind of car? A gas mileage aware car. Yeah. Tell you what, go to NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Take a look at the cars. First of all, you're going to love the cars. Everything, it seems like everything in the 2022 line looks completely different than everything in the 2021 line. A lot of redesign and from the ground up, a lot of interior work. They're huge believers in technology in the cab of the car. So I think you're going to be happy with all the stuff that you see inside of there. Now, the great thing is quite a number of the automobiles that you can find today over at Nissan have mileage in mind because they're Japanese cars. They have always had high mileage automobiles. How about this? The Versa, 35 miles to the gallon. Plug into the Sentra or the Kicks for 33 miles to the gallon. Even the big rides like the Altima and the Rogue, right? 32 miles per the gallon on that. And the Leaf will get you about 110 because it's electric. You want details, you want a deal, check out the boys at NissanGuam.com. Now, you might be wondering, Ray, why are you bringing up record albums? Maybe the first record albums that you ever bought in your life, and the answer is, I was looking at the volume of sales for vinyl records. So I was very specific. The first record album made of vinyl that you ever bought in your life. He says it was Van Halen for Jim. Mine was Elton John's "Goodbye Yellow Brick Road." And I still love the album. I still listen to it all the time in the Spotify. But the reason I bring it up is the volume now in sales for vinyl is about where it was for most of the 1970s. I'll say that again.
What?
For those of you that think everything is digital,
in my brain,
for everybody that is going, no. This is a land of compact disc. I still have a CD player in the car. What are you talking about there,
Case
Ray?
Logic.
Case Logic's full of CDs and DVDs. No, vinyl has made a significant comeback. You can go online. I'm sure you can get one at Crutchfield and buy yourself a pretty good record player, 45 and 33 RPM, and take some of those old albums if you still have them. A bunch of mine blew away in a typhoon. If you still got those record albums, and they will play. You can still go places and buy needles from name brands that you will recognize from the past. And why do we do this again? Well, for a lot of people, it might be nostalgia, but for others, Bob Klitsky beats everybody. Bill Haley's "Rock Around the Clock" was one of the first records that the man bought back. Bob Klitsky, old enough to have actually owned records that played at 78. revolutions per minute.
That doggy in the window.
Crazy. Dr. Ron McNitch on the line with me right now. Doc, your first record album that you purchased with your own used allowance money, and I've washed cars and mowed the yard. What'd you buy?
Well, I bought a 45 of Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, respectable. Do you remember what the flip side was?
Something about my car. I love my car, something like that. I never played that side. I played like twice. And I'm like, no, I like the other side. And it was like Bohemian Rhapsody was like a roller coaster song. I mean, there's just so many like neat elements. You can like little parts of it.
Correct.
As well as the whole.
Well, and it's not hard to explain to kids of virtually every generation. I mean, that was a new song for me in 1978, when I first discovered FM radio around the same time. But the song has been a hit, 3 or 4 times? It was in the soundtrack to Wayne's World?
Right.
And I'm trying to remember.
Wayne's World came out in the early 90s, and it had a resurgence.
Yeah.
And, and I think I remember it was like, right after Christmas 1976 or something, I bought it. Yeah. And I remember it was cold outside. I was in New Jersey. And my friend told me, because I was waiting for it on the radio every day, he goes, why don't you just buy the record? And I'm like, really? You can buy a record? And yeah, right. I mean, it's like, when you're young, you don't make those connections until.
Yeah. Booney Dog's online. He's like you. First record was a 45. He says he was 8 years old, and I used my gender reveal money to buy Ohio Express's Yummy, 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 I Got Love in My Tummy.
Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful tunes. 9:42, you got the editorial in the newspaper, but it sounds like every phone conversation we've had in the last 2 weeks, which is jettison the primary.
Yeah, but that. In fact, I'll be giving a talk about that today at the Rotary Club this afternoon. But what I was going to talk about in general was our board meeting yesterday. We had a good working session at the Guam Department of Education, and I think that this is an emerging policy. But I have to say, I am concerned about the rights of girls and young women, and I think that unfortunately, it's not really the center of a lot of the emphasis right now, and I hope that we can bring it back to that. But,
well, I mean, it doesn't sound like a decision was made.
Right, it was a discussion, and it was, and so we were going to hold a special meeting on Monday, and then I think we're putting it off until a regular meeting or we're not going to hold another regular meeting until the end of the month. But I think in general, what bothers me the most is we should have been the community should have been told about these things. If somebody puts a student on the girls roster, that should be a truthful statement. And that's kind of what I'm concerned about. And I'm not sure the exact facts of it or not. But if a person's put on a roster like that, it should be accurate, and it should be, it shouldn't be hidden or disclosed. And if they're fully disclosed, I'd have really lesser of an issue with it.
Well, as I said, this is a major community issue. While it might appear to be something that the Department of Education should be determining and the Ed Board should be determining, it is beyond that small office. This is a conversation. Somebody at the legislature needs to come out with a bill that either authorizes it or makes it illegal. We've got it. We have to do that. You can't throw everything at the Ed Board and say, well, that's the end of this discussion. We need to, as a community, say that we either embrace the inclusion and the gender dysphoria or whatever it is that you wanted, gender confusion, we either embrace it or we stand on and say, no, kid was born, there's a ding-dong on that one. And so that's a boy, and that boy cannot play in girls' sports, period. Everybody is walking around going, oh, this is an easy decision to make because it involves the safety of the girls, which it does, but it doesn't end there. I think you need to be a more vocal person in this debate. I know you already are, but maybe even more vocal. Take this to the legislature, give them some draft legislation, and says, which one of you has got the coconuts to introduce this?
Right. And in addition, there's another important point, Ray. That is, we're talking about the distinction between contact sports and any other sports. And so contact sports have these other elements. In the future, there may be boys wanting to be on girls' teams for less than good intentions. That is,
Because they can beat the girls and they can become champions without having to put in a whole lot of time, effort, and getting to a point where they can run as fast as the other guys can, or play baseball as well as the other guys can, or swim as fast as other guys can.
I'm talking about when you have contact sports, you have actual contact. And you have checking in basketball, you have, all kinds of tackling in rugby, and it just opens up so many other can of worms in terms of harassment and all kinds of other things. And that's the part of the policy conversation no one's had yet.
But we don't need to have that policy conversation if we just say that boys have to stay in their lane and girls have to stay in their lane. Who is it that was one of the guys that came up with an idea that if you've got a boy on this team, then the other team is also allowed to go out and get another boy. And I'm going, no, you're moving in the wrong direction in this conversation. Interesting that you'd think that was a solution, but it's not.
One other thing, Ray, nobody's talking about what's going on with girls sports and the girls rugby teams because of these controversies. We should be celebrating that these young women are athletes and that they're doing these sports. But no one seems to really be speaking up for girls and young women. And that's what kind of bothers me even more.
Well, then where are the mothers of these girls?
Yeah, where are the moms?
Where is this vast feminist community that all of a sudden we're hearing everybody's not my body, my choice, whatever. We're hearing from a lot of feminists that are moving in that direction. Why are they not also as protective of the bodies and the minds and the skills of their other young ladies? Why aren't they standing up in front of this?
But also, where are the fathers of these young women and girls?
Oh,
how about that?
Yeah. There's, like I said, when Guam is invaded by the Chinese, who's going to be our Zelensky? Who's going to be our Zelensky? Who is going to stand in the gap? I don't disagree. I think that there needs to be a whole lot more vocal parents. For God's sakes, stand up and what's right for your daughter. I know that if it was me, and my daughter likes to play girls volleyball, and I think it would just stink if she was either taken off of the team in favor of a guy that could play in her position, but because he's bigger and stronger and faster. I think that would suck. I think it would also suck if she played volleyball against the team with that had boys playing in the girls' league. I think that would suck as well, and I would be up in arms. I would take my daughter out of the game.
And that's so unfortunate because young women benefit so much from sports. They absolutely do. I had 7 sisters growing up. I had several that were very active athletes. I was an athlete in school across the board. And, sports are good for young people. Right now, Nintendo's considered a sport. I don't consider Nintendo a sport. Okay? I believe sports actually get your heart rate up. I believe that sports get you in competition with others, and it teaches you all of the elements of competitive interaction and competitive spirit. And we can't have really competitive interaction and competitive spirit, when we allow these kinds of problems to come up. And the thing is, I'm all for making good policy and trying to make everybody happy. Don't get me wrong. But I do believe that young women and girls should be respected, and young women and girls should be protected and treated fairly and given the same opportunities as everyone else. In this case, they're not given the same opportunities. And I think that these views are more discriminatory toward women and girls than they are toward anybody else.
Don't disagree. Looking for comments here on the YouTube side. And see if what folks are saying. Rico's asking out loud, why aren't we hearing about transgender men demanding to play in men's sports? As in girls that are transactional wanting to play in men's sports. I think the question answers itself.
Yeah. I have to say that let's celebrate sports and encourage everyone to do sports. You're in the running community here. Ray.
Yes.
And I'm in the walking side of the running community, and sports are so wonderful, and we should encourage and celebrate them, and not discourage them. I'm afraid that this is going to discourage particularly young women and girls from wanting to do sports. That's the other side of it.
Well, we'll get past it, but we've got to answer the question one way or the other. I don't know. Somebody's going to we're going to make it a referendum issue or something like that.
All right, man.
All right, talk to you pretty soon. 888-825-888-TALK is my telephone number. 10 away from the top of the hour. Ray, checking if you know, is Docomo system down, nothing working on my home or office. Stephanie's office also down. The answer is yeah. There's apparently some issues with air on them. I didn't realize it until just a few minutes ago. In the business, we used to call it an AP, an area problem. So I asked my buddy over at Docomo a few minutes ago. I said, "Where is your area problem?" He says, "You know what? Right around your office, right around there is where we've got the problem." I don't know all of this. I guess some of it'll come out. I used to know somebody. I used to know people I could call. Things change so rapidly in the business. I used to have guys I could call at any of the telecom shops and say, "Hey, what's going on? What you got happening here, man? My thing is slow, or my thing is out. What's going on there?" But everything has been changed. Now it's all little ARU units and things like that. The answer will come out at some point, and nobody's going to be happy about it, and everybody's going to want their money back. But that's just kind of the way it is, guys. And I know that there's some going, yeah, hammer on these guys until it's the shop that you like. And then it was, here we are. What's the word? Mercury is in retrograde. I never used to believe that crap. I was never one of those guys that said, because it always sounded like one of those weird kind of cosmic, the moon is in the 7th house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars, and peace in the planet, and something will guide the stars. Never believed in any of that stuff until I noticed that it began to happen. We are in, as Mona called it this morning, a transitional phase, and will be Mars in retrograde, and in particular, communications seem to have a problem when that cosmic event happened. I don't know. I don't know how all of those kinds of things work. I just know that since yesterday, I have been having a devil of a time with technology. I mean, from spilling my coffee, maybe it's just me, but I spilled my coffee. And then, yesterday afternoon, we lost the Facebook feed. Had to do, an hour yesterday with no phones again because there was an issue. Thankfully, not on my side. But we still had the issue, and like I said, I've got the rest of the day to wrestle with Meta and find out what happened yesterday that derailed the feed, not just the internet feed to Meta, but it also makes it so ThePOINT's Facebook page is inaccessible. So any of any notices that you've gotten have come from me personally on the Ray Gibson account, not ThePOINT's account, because I don't know that thing is working. I sent out a thing on the Points business Facebook page, but as far as I know, it never made it to any place in the deal. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number, and interesting conversations abound. I wanted to, because I found it on Facebook, I wanted to share something with you because we've been talking about music and the first records that we ever bought and stuff like that. Facebook sent me something that I posted 3 years ago, and spend a couple of minutes talking about what a great feeling it is. You don't even have to hear the songs, but there was a time when is this? When is this from? 1974. I was 12 years old, discovering Johnny Gerber, AM radio, and music, and discovering that I had my own taste in music. Prior to that, I was listening to whatever was on in the house and whatever Shelley was playing. Those were my big musical influences. But all of a sudden, man, the world of charts opened up to me, and the number one song on this is Cashbox Top 100 Singles. Let me do it like Casey Kasem. We'll go backwards. Top 10. There was a jam called Oh My by Ringo Starr. That was at number 10.
Ringo?
Ringo.
Oh, no.
Luckiest man alive.
Yes, you're right.
I mean,
Ray.
I wouldn't say that he's the worst the worst drummer I'd ever heard in my life. Not the best, but certainly not the worst. I mean, the guy was the drummer for the Beatles, right?
Yeah.
But he married Barbara Bach.
Oh, yeah.
From The Spy Who Loved Me.
The Bach girl.
Yes. Oh, my God. All those Ukrainian supermodels that we're starting to see more on the internet, Barbara Bach was way better looking than any of them, and I think still is. All right, at number 9, Just Don't Want to Be Lonely by The Main Ingredient. Of course, most people remember The Main Ingredient in their jam. Everybody plays the fool sometimes. Yeah, there's a sweet song. Come and Get Your Love, number 8, Redbone. Redbone.
I love that. Yeah.
I think all
that
of these
wasn't
songs,
Guardian of the Galaxy.
I think all of these songs are on the Guardian of the Galaxy albums.
Perfect, man.
Come and Get Your Love at number 8. Number 9, Ray Stevens and a classic called The Streak. You can still dig it out there. All the Ray Stevens songs. He did parody songs of one kind or another. Mike Oldfield at number 6, with a song that was made famous because it was in The Exorcist, Tubular Bells. And to this day, I hear Tubular Bells, and I get a little bit of 12-year-old PTSD because they dragged me to go watch The Exorcist in the movie theaters.
Trauma.
And as far as I'm concerned,
Trauma.
that was just an incredible form of child abuse. I was 12 years old at the time. There's no way that I could fathom the psychic horror that was in front of me. And to this day, I hear the song, Mother, Make It Stop. Marvin Hamlish. Can we just let me riff on this here? We were at a time in music, and there wasn't a whole lot by radio stations, but even if there were, I don't know that it would have been any different. You could have a top 40 radio station, and what are they playing now? Does it all sound like tennis shoes going around in the dryer or club music or whatever? But take a look at the vast variety of music that was being played, from songs by Ray Stevens. And then you've got Tubular Bells. It's not a rock and roll song at all. Then you've got number 5, Marvin Hamlish with a song called The Entertainer. Ragtime music. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, from the, what was the name of the show? Oh, my dad is going to kill me for not remembering.
Hello, my ragtime doll.
No, it's The Entertainer. Oh, come on, help me. What's the name of the movie, guys? Hit me up.
Shawshank, Ray.
Yeah, it wasn't Shawshank Redemption. Good-looking guys were in that. Oh, crap. Senior moment. Dancing Machine by the Jackson 5. Dancing, dancing, dancing. I'm a dancing machine. Come on, you know all these songs. Every single one of us knows them, or we know of them. Three Dog Night, The Show Must Go On, was at number 3 that weekend.
Oh, the Sting?
The Sting.
Paul Newman, Robert Redford.
Thank you very much. Somebody called it in. Who called it in?
Mark.
All right. You're a good one, Mark. Way to go. Faster than me. But then you didn't do 3.5 hours of talk radio already. The Show Must Go On by Three Dog Night at number 3. TSOP by a group called MFSB. And we always said MFSB. That was short for Mother Blanking Son of a Something. That's what we all said it was back in the day. But TSOP, which was short for, do you remember? The Sound of Philadelphia. And at number 1, Grand Funk Railroad. And I don't know that they ever got any better than this, but it is still a great song. The Locomotion, their version of The Locomotion. Everybody's doing it. I hope you're having a good time with some of these old tunes. Just thinking about them should bring back some fantastic memories of the best time to be a 12-year-old anywhere, and that was 1974. Right here in beautiful Guam, USA. Hey, I gotta go sort things out with Meta. That's going to be my goal for the day. There's a very, very good chance that many of you are going to be called back here this afternoon for Tall Tales with Bob Klitsky. I honestly don't know that we're going to have things straightened out on Facebook Live by then. In fact, maybe even tomorrow. So we'll just make it a date here. Facebook Live for Tall Tales. I'm sorry, YouTube Live for Tall Tales at 4, and then back here tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. here on YouTube and ThePoint.gu. you. Stand by now. It's time for Fox News.
Set to go to jail for their role in the Capitol riot.
The Department of Justice says William Wilson from Newton Grove, North Carolina, pleaded guilty in D.C. federal court to seditious conspiracy and obstructing an official proceeding. Oath Keeper members Joshua James from Alabama and Brian Ulrich from Georgia had previously pleaded guilty to similar charges. Federal prosecutors say he was communicating with others on the Signal app on January 5th about the plan for the next day. He replied, "That's why I have all my gear with me." He drove to D.C. the next day with a rifle and a pistol. The Justice Department says he was the first of the Oath Keepers to breach the Capitol building. He faces 20 years in prison for each charge. No sentencing date has yet been set. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Donald Trump Jr. has met with a congressional committee investigating the Capitol riot. That's according to the Associated Press. It's not known what he told the committee. His sister Ivanka and her husband Jared Kushner went before the committee in early April. President Biden warning that other rights could be at risk if the Supreme Court overturns Roe versus Wade.
What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history.
Earlier this week, a leaked draft decision from the High Court seemed to indicate the decision legalizing abortion could be overturned, though the court said the leaked decision is authentic but not necessarily a reflection of a final opinion. The Federal Aviation Administration says it will increase the number of air traffic controllers in Florida and take other steps to improve the flow of planes in the state. The promise comes after 2 days of meetings between the agency and representatives from about a dozen airlines. Air travel to Florida picked up more quickly during the pandemic than many other places, and more flights are planned for the summer. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown.